para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo.
Delayed certifications, and let's be honest, the environmental targets with net zero still feels more like a PowerPoint target than a reality at this stage. On the other side, the bright side probably, airlines can't seem to keep up with demand. Anything that can fly, flies. All the books are full, and the lessors are making so much money that they can buy each other, basically. So we've got this strange mix of contradiction. Production lies under pressure, demand through the roof, and a market that somehow keeps moving forward at full throttle. I think it's the perfect time to hear from the professionals I have on stage here, who actually live and breathe this every day. And also we will focus on what it means for African environment. To do that, I have with me today a great lineup of people. I'm gonna go very quick. Shahab Madin is the Managing Director Commercial Marketing for Boeing. I got Joop Ellers, Airline Marketing Director, Africa for Airbus. I have Rafael Haddad, is President of Jetcraft Commercial. I have Doctor or Captain, because he's a doctor as well. George Kamal, COO of Kenya Airways. I've got Guillaume Huertas, Head of Region, EMEA, ATR, and finally Adam Young, Regional Vice President, Southern Africa for Sales at Assembleia. Good morning.
Morning.
So let's start with the, I would say with the easy question, and more on the environment and the market outlook in Africa. I'll start maybe with you, Joop. How do you see the balance between narrow body, regional, wide body, and the demand evolving in Africa over the next decade? You know, the different trends there.
Thank you, Patrick, and good morning, everybody. As always, it's great to be here, although personally it's been actually a quite difficult 2 days. On Sunday, I caught food poisoning from the lunch of Assembleia. Yesterday, I got trampled on by a camel, and then now I have constipation from the Boeing chocolate. Sorry, just setting the scene. So in terms of the mix, at Airbus, we do a global market forecast, which is our 20-year forward-looking projection. I know that... Oh my goodness, they've cut my microphone already. We do a 20-year global market forecast where we project the number of aircraft needed, how the industry is going to grow. So right now we're projecting that air traffic to, from, and within Africa will double over the next 20 years. This leads to a demand of about 1,500 new aircraft for the continent, for airlines operating on the continent. of which about 80%, so 1,200, is going to be single aisles, and the remainder will be wide bodies. So that's really the split that we see, Patrick. But what we are seeing in the single aisle category is a lot of upgauging from a 320 to a 321 size. So from 150s up to 200 seats is the upgauging that we're seeing.
Thanks. I'm going to ask now, a regional manufacturer. So, Adam, do you want to give us your views on how the market will develop? And again, this balance between narrow body, regional, and wide body, how do you see that in the region?
Sure thing, Patrick. And thank you for the invitation on today's panel. I'll start by saying, first and foremost, Embraer is more and more positioning itself, not so much primarily in the regional space, but growing into the small narrow body space. Our next generation E2 family of aircraft has really put Embraer in a sweet spot for growth, and growth especially here in Africa. We talk about that split between narrow bodies or regional, and I won't focus too much on wide bodies for obvious reasons. But we look at the present fleet distribution here in Africa right now, and Embraer maintains an over 30% market share in the space up to 150 seats, which is really an indication of the need for right-sized capacity here in Africa. Africa's load factors, we know, are in the mid 70% relative to a global average in the mid 80%. And this is where there has to be that rationalization of capacity to match demand, and we do see Embraer's presence here on the continent as leading that transition to sustainable, profitable operations for airlines. We currently have over 300 aircraft on the continent, and we've had success growing that fleet size, most recently with the 195E2 coming into Airlink, 10 of those aircraft joining the fleet there, which is a strong confirmation of Embraer's prominence to grow the small narrow body segment here in Africa. Thanks.
Shahab, there is a big upgauging trend in the world, but maybe rebounding on what you just said, Adam. Is this the case in Africa? Do you see that as well in Africa?
Yeah, I think we see upgauging all over, but more importantly than that, as was mentioned with the load factor in the 70s, 10 percentage points below the global average, it's really about right sizing and allowing airlines to have the right fleet, right? A fleet of a family of aircraft that's very versatile, very flexible, allowing them to put an aircraft on the right route. So that's where things like our family of MAX aircraft, where you can have 7, 8, 9, or 10, you can have the same pilots, the same crews, the same maintenance, the same spares, allows airlines to be very efficient, very economical in how they operate. We know that right now there's many small fleets consisting of multiple models types, and it's very challenging, very expensive for airlines to be efficient in their operations with that sort of setup. But by planning long-term and planning around families like the MAX or the 787, it allows customers to, again, have the right size aircraft while having a very economical fleet. So as we see some upgauging from the regional jets and some upgauging from the smaller narrow bodies into the larger narrow bodies, it's all about having the right size aircraft. So we try to have a family that allows for that to happen and allows airlines to have that efficient economical growth that they're going to need going forward.
Guillaume, for ATR, how do you see the role of turboprops in Africa, given the range also requirements sometimes in the region? So some people may say, well, the planes maybe doesn't have the right range for the continent, but it's thriving as well. So how do you see the positioning of ATR in the continent?
Bom dia. Well, we don't have the range to fly from here to Cape Town, for sure, and we don't even try to. I think range is not really the issue. We have always focused, and our operators have always focused on short routes, and that's what the ATR has been designed for, short and thin. There is a good demand and a good growth in Africa. Before even mentioning outlooks, forecasts, what we have observed in the last 3 years is a steep increase in the ATR fleet, plus 30%. So today we have 120 airplanes flying among 25 operators in Africa. It is increasing, pure growth, and a lot of replacement as well. Replacement of older, out of production aircraft, with both used and new airplanes. Now, in terms of a forecast, if we look ahead, our projections show demand for 240 airplanes below 90 seats and turboprop aircraft. Mainly ATR 72s, but also ATR 42. So in the regional segment, we are not. We don't only see upgauging. No, we also see airlines returning to 42s. I would take the example recently in Gabon of Fly Gabon, Afrijet, primarily operating ATR 72s that took delivery last summer of an ATR 42 and reordered ATR 42s. And we saw some ATR 42s also being aided in countries like Kenya to operate very thin routes. It's always good to put a bigger aircraft if you can fill it, but it's better to fly a full aircraft. And we see a mix of 42 and 72s going forward.
Okay. And okay, we talked about the different segments of airplanes, but there's one thing. In Africa, the average age of the fleet is slowly getting younger, but it's still at a very slow pace. What is necessary to change that dynamic? Raphael, you want to comment?
Well, good morning. Yes, indeed. The average age of the fleet in Africa is...
Yeah.
It is on. Okay, then I'll just raise my voice. No, indeed, yes. The average age of the fleet in Africa is getting younger, for sure. Actually, I would like to put a little bit of a positive twist because I heard a lot of negative comments yesterday. And the African airlines are doing better, okay? African airlines are getting a little bit more profitable. They're getting more confident. They're going after younger fleets. They're upgauging. They're using, I see a lot of right sizing, which is good. It's a good mark. Like us as a company, Jetcraft, we're totally agnostic. We buy all of your aircraft and we sell all of your aircraft. So I'm not going to speak. I'm actually going to represent maybe de Havilland and MHI a little bit on because there's nobody here on market. So those aircraft, whether it's an ATR, a de Havilland -8400, or an Embraer, or an Airbus narrow body, or Boeing narrow body, they're all doing very well on this continent. And I see people using the right aircraft for the right mission. More and more. There's more and more successful airlines. Yes, they are upgauging from the 320 to 321. In the case of the 73s, also they're upgauging, and some of them are modernizing to the MAX if they can find the aircraft. On the E-Jet is the same thing, as well as on the ATR. We see more ATR coming on the market. We also see more -8400 coming on the market. Each one of them in its specialty, like the -8400 is an excellent aircraft because of its long legs and higher density. The ATR on the smaller markets where they can reach effectively certain markets. So, yes, the aircraft are getting younger, and this is a good thing for Africa.
So, George, you've been very, very quiet now. Let's get into the difficult part a bit here, because when I hear that, it seems like everything is rosy and everything's perfect, but we know there are a lot of challenges out there. So, from an African airline standpoint, what are I would say the top 3, but there's probably a top 30, but okay, let's keep it short. What are the top 3 pain points today when it comes to fleet planning? And really, let's concentrate on the fleet, but there's many aspects of it. Your time to explain to us
what
you leave.
Number one, it's as you said, it's not 3, it's a lot, but I'll just focus on 3. Number one is financing. We have a major issue in Africa that usually the financing of aircraft is, because of the high risk, it becomes with a premium. So we have to pay extra. And this puts a lot of load on the African airlines. The second one is uncertainty and the delivery dates. Delivery dates with the OEMs mostly are not firmed, and we've seen that in the last few years that it was not confirmed delivery dates with a backlog of approximately 16,000 or more aircrafts in a backlog. So it's not that rosy, and life is beautiful. The third thing we talk about is the issues within the continent. It's the fragmentation. So we have a lot of fragments, a lot of fragmentation within the continent, and a regulatory fragmentation, which poses more, I would say, more taxes, more threats on the aircrafts, on the parts, on availability of parts. So all of this comes to the operator as a pain point. So today, you're asking me, which aircrafts do you need? I need the three of them. I need the long haul for the global. I need the single aisle for the intra-Africa. And I need the regional jets for the secondary airports. Okay, so mainly the focus now, if I ask for a long-haul aircraft, and all the big jets are here, if I ask you today, I want a 787 tomorrow, and I asked this question yesterday, okay, and I think he's laughing over there. It's not there. I asked for 777, not there. Okay, if I ask for 350, would I get it? Tomorrow, okay? So it's not only the OEM, it's OEM, engine manufacturer, they need to speed up, they need to pick up. I know one of the engine manufacturers has 12,000 orders on queue. So those are all pain points. Yeah? You buy an aircraft, you're not just buying a hull, a body. You're buying a full aircraft, right? So I can't buy an aircraft and you tell me there are no engines for the next, I don't know how long, okay? I don't want to name a specific, although I'm speaking generally, yeah? So it is the same. Today I'm looking for engines for Embraer to lease. It's not there. Me? Is it me the problem? So, or this, okay, they started to cut me off. No, it's only me. I'm the one allowed to speak. So, and just to cut this short, and to conclude it, it's looking at the parts as well. The supply chain is a major issue, so you don't provide me an aircraft, and there is no supply chain for this aircraft to come to support. That's crucial for our business as well. Thank
you. I'm gonna stand. So I'm gonna have to turn to you guys there. Airbus, Boeing. You know, what are the lessons learned? You know, you heard, you know, on the supply chain in particular, what has been done to improve the situation? Again, briefly, because I know there's a lot that's been done in the back. But how can we improve the reliability of the deliveries for those operators that are, you know, desperately seeking for airplanes, and when the plane's supposed to be delivered, it is not because of the supply chain issue? Nice.
I'll take it, no problem. I think, you know, the important thing is we always start with ourselves and what we can do as the Boeing company. We've been very vocal publicly about our emphasis on our safety and quality processes. And as part of that, simplifying our processes and our plans for producing the aircraft, increasing employee training, making sure we're eliminating defects throughout the process. And as we take the lessons learned from that, we're also passing them on to our suppliers. So as all of us, as OEMs do, we work very closely with our suppliers, not just making sure that that we are sharing best practices in terms of being able to produce more quickly at a pace that's necessary, but also doing it reliably, robustly, safely, of course, always paramount in the industry. So that's one aspect of it. As we ramp up in rate, or we look to ramp up in rate, we have to do so very carefully, right? It's a balance of trying to address the needs in the market, which we're very well aware of, right? And trying to catch up to that demand, but having to do it in a way that's reliable and safe. So we're very intentional about how we plan and go up in rate. We're currently loading at 42 a month on the MAX program, 7 going to 8 by the end of the year, hopefully on the 787 program. Of course, the certification aspects going into the next couple of years as well that we've publicly talked about, all part of getting more aircraft to the industry. So it's the entire aviation ecosystem that we have to work with. Now in terms of near term, which there's not much we can do in the immediate term, beyond our ramp rates are already sold into, right? These are already planned, so it doesn't help the limited supply that we have. But in the near term, we can do things with airlines, and we do things with airlines to help them source aircraft as much as possible. It is a challenging market, as we all know, but we're constantly working with our airlines to find second-hand aircraft that might be suitable as a bridge, to work with lessors who might have availability sooner for new aircraft, and to make those connections, as well as working with the finance community and others. Again, it's the entire aviation ecosystem that we try to address and work with our customers very closely to meet their needs as best as we can. It's challenging, and we can't always get 100% of the way there, but we do the best that we can to work with the entire ecosystem to serve our customers the best way that we can.
Any idea, any view on, what are the realistic timelines for solving those delivery delays? How do you see that? Is it coming in? Do we have to wait another 2 years, 3 years to get to a normal situation? Next year, I would hope.
Thanks, Patrick. Yes, it's a challenge. Okay, I'm just going to say yes, we're getting there, which is probably not very comforting. At Airbus, we have committed to deliver 820 aircraft this year, and it's going to be a very, very busy month in December for that. Yes, we've had issues with, let's call them gliders. We've had gliders standing at our assembly lines waiting for engines. That's now solved, and we're back on track with our partners, the engine manufacturers. So we are getting there.
Okay. Is it the same on the lower end of the spectrum? I mean, ATR, Embraer, do you want to comment on the, solving the delivery delay problem?
So I guess from Embraer's perspective, I'd say that we've maintained and continued with a rather conservative exit from the pandemic, right? Prior to the pandemic, Embraer would deliver on average between 100 and 110 aircraft annually. Coming out of the pandemic, we've been ramping that up in a staged manner that is very much in line and in concert with what our supply chain can handle. So whilst we are having to manage with delivery delays, we are able to keep them within a reasonable delay period and work hand in glove with our customers to ensure that we minimize those disruptions. As Shahab had mentioned, we do work as well with the leasing community. We do have lessor partners that we work very closely with to ensure and find solutions for our customers where our production line may have a shortfall in terms of the timeline expectations of the customers. But we do see things turning the corner, especially on the engine side. I'd say the most challenging moment on the engine passed, and now it's looking better. The skies are clearer, and I'd say going forward, we have a great deal of confidence with our partners at Pratt & Whitney and at General Electric as well on the prior generation family.
Yeah, I think we should have had someone from the engine manufacturers on the on the stage, because the main issue is probably there for a lot of people. I see, Guillaume, you want to add something?
Yes. Well, at ATR, we consciously decided not to ramp up too steeply and actually to keep the production steady for 3 years. So we used to produce 70 airplanes. Only delivered 10 in 2020, then sharply increased to 35, and we've been there in 2023, 2024. And we'll be around that number this year. You have to decide at some point whether you take all the parts for your assembly line or also keep some for the aftermarket. They are not enough today. So yes, we have some AOGs and airlines waiting for parts, and we have to remain focused and humble about that. But this is primarily what we've done. So trying to keep the production at this level before ramping up next year to around 40 airplanes, and then gradually back to where we were before towards the end of the decade. Another aspect is investment as well. We decided to invest a lot in our spare parts stock. purchased a few aircraft which we parted out to re-inject parts in our pool of parts and serve customers. So these actions are helping. I also want to say, and it's not denying the fact that airlines are having still acute issues. We see improvements. There are improvements, undeniably. So we still have irritants that have been there for quite some time. Landing gears, for instance. But if you ask me also other example, propeller blades were acutely missing a few months ago, and today we have close to 100 in our stock. So we are also, we have some new fires sometimes breaking, but we are also attending to many, and many crises are also being solved over time. So getting there, I will not bet on when will we be totally over it. Is it a matter of 1 year or 18 months? I will not enter into this kind of bet, but things are slowly improving on the right side.
Good. That's good news. I hope I can sit here in a year. Yeah, I'll give you the mic. But I hope I can sit here in a year, and then the situation will be solved. Raphael.
Very quickly. You know, Dr. Captain Kamal, he did allude to this. You know, the supply chain issue, and what Guillaume is talking about is really another issue. Yes, you should have engine suppliers on this panel. You should also have landing gear suppliers. You know, you should have APU suppliers, all the other rotable suppliers, because that's where the issue is, really. If you really go deep into it, it's a pity that ATR has to part out aircraft to give parts to its employer. That's really bad.
Yeah.
You know, Embraer has to do that as well. Boeing and Airbus are not doing that, but the problem is starting there. You know, like you said it, you have flyers because the engine suppliers are not providing you on time the engines. And honestly, they don't care. They don't care. Like, we've had this supply chain issue now for what, 3-4 years? Have they tried to attempt to increase the improve on the shop visit lead time? Have they tried to have to certify other shops to do the work that they cannot do? They haven't.
No.
You know,
no,
let's say I want to overhaul an engine at an airline which has full capability. I can't do that. I have to go to the OEM to overhaul the engine.
I don't know if there are engine OEMs in the room, but that's your moment, right? So, George.
Okay, let me comment on what the questions I asked. With no hard feelings, from the airline perspective, what we have today, we don't want a theoretical talk. We don't have dates. We don't have, so the planning is becoming, so you do a fleet plan for the next 5 years, 10 years, okay? And you can stick to it, by all means. You are looking at used aircrafts to stopgap. For how long? For 8 years, 10 years, okay? What is the real plan? When? I need dates. I cannot go into a scenario planning where if this is optimistic, this is pessimistic, and I can run 3-4 plans to do my fleet plan.
Yeah,
so,
I wanted to ask you, because this situation from an operator standpoint is difficult. You know, you order now, basically the motto is you order now, you get delivered in 6-7 years. You want interim lift, you can't find it, because everything that can fly flies. How do you plan as an operator? How do you plan for that, for your fleet? What you just told me earlier, like you have like 10 scenarios and there's a master plan, but you don't know if you're going to achieve it, or how do you do that?
So you do a scenario planning where you actually look at the current situation, the current numbers, and you ask the manufacturers, the OEM, when, and they give you a date. And it might be moved by, so you make 2 years, just in case, okay? If I ask today, and I'm not naming names, if I ask Embraer, if I ask for the E2 today, he will tell me 2028, 2029 to get the aircraft. If I ask from Airbus, it's going to be 32, and similar to Boeing, 32, 33. So you don't have a choice except either buying secondary market from a lessor who already booked the aircraft, okay, earlier, or you have to lease an aircraft, or you have to buy a secondary aircraft, second market aircraft. And that's why you're talking about a fleet with a younger age. Yes, we're trying to renew our fleet, we're trying to do this, but from where? From where do we get this? The finances is a big, major issue. The geopolitical issues as well puts us in uncertainty. So you have a lot of things. And if you allow me to bring this up. Yesterday, I think it was Kamil was in his speech. He said the airline have about $1.2 per seat as a bottom line. This is the cost where we in Africa incur, even though the tickets, you will see the tickets when you fly in here or you fly anywhere, are high. The prices are high. The cost is very high for us. So how can we work together with the OEMs to reduce this cost and make it affordable? Because if I want to use the regional jets, it's like I want to connect the secondary cities to the main cities, very small hubs. How can I do that with a very high cost? This is one. The second thing is the issues of lessors controlling the markets, controlling the prices of the market, because it's a supply and demand.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's for me, it's a pain. It's a pain. Yes, we can speak about plans. We think about in the future. We will definitely have it 1 or 2, 5 years, but give me a certain number. You should have a plan, and I should work on that plan.
So, Adam, do you want to?
Just building on one of the comments that Captain George made, he referenced regional jets connecting secondary cities. In the introduction, I mentioned how Embraer does maintain over a 30% market share in its segment, and I think that is a validation that the Embraer product finds that sweet spot of balancing its cost as best as possible. And I totally agree with you. I mean, the profit margins of African airlines are very low. What can airlines control? They can control the cost side. And we've seen the power or the ability of the E-Jet to open doors on these markets where other larger types would potentially struggle.
Just one thing, sorry. I do not, and thank you for that, Adam. And I agree with you. We operate Embraers, and it's one of the good aircrafts, exactly as Boeing and Airbus and ATRs. All of them are very good. I didn't mean that they are not good for the market. However, I do not involve the OEMs. They are not involved with my issues that the margin is very low. And consequently, I don't want to be involved into the issues of engines, of APU, of landing gear. I'm coming to buy an aircraft. Don't give me an aircraft without engine, without APU, without landing gear, and tell me go to this or go to that or go. You already have an agreement with one single provider or two providers, and I don't want to name a specific aircraft by name, that it has only one provider of engine. So what is the issue? Just give me the aircraft with the engine. You deal with it. Give me the aircraft.
Yeah, we're far beyond contractual terms here, for sure. But does that mean, and I'm turning to the OEMs now, like, does that mean that the first OEM that has availability wins by default? Anyone?
I'll take that. Availability helps, but no, it's not the person with the first availabilities. There's much more to it than that. Do you have an existing fleet? Do you have existing MRO? Do you have existing training facilities? How would the aircraft fit in? Do you have political obligations? Thank you, Donald. Do you have a certain requirement in terms of a cabin, in terms of cargo that you can offer? Do you want to look at something different? Do you want a single aisle that can do that has the range of a wide body? So there's many more factors. It's not as easy as just taking the first manufacturer that has availability.
Yeah,
I would like to jump in on this. You know, I'm in the used aircraft market, okay? I'm not in the new aircraft market, so I see this every day. Actually, operators, at some point, they don't care anymore. They want lift. There is demand. They don't have demand every year, right? There is very high demand. Last year was very good. This year is exceptional. They just want lift. Like, I'm getting customers that are operating A320 with CFM engines. They will take a V2500 powered A320. They would add a 737-800, you know, just to have the lift. So they don't care. And to George's point,
I would go further, and you know, that's my maybe continuing on what you just said. I think that you see the lease rate going through the roof these days, right? And the availabilities for new airplanes very far away. So the case for, in terms of economics, the case between the used airplanes and the new airplanes, very, very little now these days. How do you see that? Does that change the market dynamic?
I agree. I see that a lot. And also, look, we have to, the lessor are there to give the flexibility to the market, right? So they give flexibility to the operator so they can go to them. So when there's no inventory, the lessors have inventories. But now, there's two things I want to say. There's a positive element and a lower and a less positive element. I think the OEMs have been not limiting themselves in their supply to the lessors. Right now, the lessors are controlling more than 50% of the fleet. This is not healthy. Like, this guy wants to buy an aircraft, he can't. He has to go to the lessor who has higher borrowing costs, who has higher equity costs, who wants to make a nice skim on top of all of that, and lease him an aircraft, and he has to make money with it. You have a responsibility in that. You need to limit yourself on how many aircraft you sell to lessors. And you should actually improve your own margins by selling to people like him, you know, so that you can control the margin instead of the lessor controlling the margins. And of course, interest rates are not helping, and higher equity cost is not helping. So all of that, George, you need to manage.
George, I see you're jumping on your seat, so you want to say something?
He wants to
I
say
want
something.
to say something to Yup's point of the MRO availability and all those elements. I do believe one of the solutions would come from the MRO to support the airline is to come in with a support to MRO support, avail in Africa, which is different than other areas of the world, avail the RSPL, avail the required components, speak to the manufacturer of engines and so on and so forth, where they have centralized the shops into some areas and closed shops. So I know one of the manufacturers today have 200 engines in a backlog. The other one has 95 to 150 engines in a backlog. And I don't want to name by names, but they are there. It's reality. Yeah? And you went from 60 days turnaround time into 120 days and plus. And you have no assurance when I'm getting a new aircraft in next year. Okay? And I have no assurance that those aircrafts will have availability of engines, okay, in the market, because it's new engines, new market, and I might not have. Yeah? What's your support there?
So it's a very interesting point, George. Now, I can't speak for engines, but I can speak for what we're doing in terms of MRO support for well, yourselves, for example. So we've set up our customer support center, Africa, which is, well, as the name says, it's for support. But as part of that, we have my colleague, Steve Julie, who is responsible for looking into developing the African aviation ecosystem related to Airbus. And one of the things that we're looking at is increasing the support for MROs, upskilling MROs to be capable to support the growth of the future fleet across Africa, which, as I said earlier, would be 1,500 aircraft, of which at Airbus, well, we're hoping to maybe get 50%. So that would be a lot of new aircraft coming into the continent. And that's what we're working on. We're upskilling not just for the MROs, but also for local technicians, support technicians, and all of that. But let's have a chat afterwards, George, and I'll introduce you to Steve. Thank you.
So I can,
George, I know you
can respond to that very quickly. I think you
very quickly.
So yes, it's good to have this, and it's a good hope that you have the half of it or 50% of it. But with the current production and the numbers, what 50% are we talking about, and which year? 2035, 2033, 2030. What?
George, we've been talking for a while, and by the way, just a small anecdote. Raphael, we're really happy that you support and trade and put our aircraft into the market, but we try not to call them single aisles. But George is now calling them single aisles, so that's the result of our conversations. Yeah, in terms of availability, it is still 2032. What we're trying to encourage the airlines to do is, I don't want to sound naive, but it's commit now and work backwards. Because if we're not making a decision today, next year's decision, it won't be 2032, it will be 2034. So let's commit now, work backwards, and as Shabab was saying as well, there are solutions. There is used aircraft, there is ACMI, but unless you commit and stick with the plan, it's going to be even a bigger problem next year.
I hope you protect the pricing with escalation rates capped, somewhere with this.
ACMI don't work here.
Sorry, I had to intervene.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Guillaume.
Maybe just to go back on this new versus used, the question
Yes.
that you initially asked. I think the obvious thing to justify a new aircraft investment is to keep the aircraft flying as much as possible, and that's a very basic thing.
Yes.
So, and that's probably the only way where we, as OEM, may have some levers. If you only fly an aircraft as you would do with a 20 years old aircraft, go with a 20 years old aircraft. What can we do to make sure you will keep flying as much as possible so you burn your aircraft from us, George? Well, the ecosystem, you mentioned it. The ecosystem is very important, having suitable MROs and a network to keep the aircraft flying, not in Asia, not in Europe, but in Africa. That's very important. We saw a few years ago some Southern African operator flying all the way to Toulouse to do a C-check, which basically doubles the cost of an ATR. We have a few MROs already in the region, and that's the reason why we decided also to work on it, extend this ecosystem, and enter into a partnership with our friends of Ethiopian Airlines in 2024 to work with Ethiopian MRO and create an ecosystem MRO capability in Addis, which is now, by the way, up and running. So you can have your aircraft maintained there, you can have them maintained in other regions of Africa, but that's really the key aspect and where we want to keep investing. What other levers do we have? Well, we discussed already parts and so and aircraft availability. By the way, you don't need to wait until 2032 to get an ATR. Brand new one is more 2028, and lessors, I heard a lot of things about lessors. The beauty also of lessors, sometimes they can bring flexibility and financing solutions. So it's not only a bunch of nasty people. I think we all need them. And lessors can also bring capacity often before that.
So we're starting to touch a bit on the financing aspects, like, and you know what I see every day when we advise airlines. It's you know, a difficulty to secure leases from lessors, because you have one airplane. I mean, I was at a conference last week, and AirCap was saying they have one airplane to place for next year. You know, so that airplane, when you're in a situation like this, that airplane is hardly thought. You know, you can have this plane placed in Europe, in North America, everywhere. How in Africa, African Airlines can secure those planes? And I have a question about, like, should the regional financial institutions somehow?
Maybe I can start on that topic. So at Embraer, we're quite proud of our diverse presence with lessors, especially on our previous generation E-Jet family. We have over 30 lessors and financiers who have that aircraft in their portfolio, which does give it the breadth across airlines of various different tiers, be it the top, middle, or the emerging tier operators. And on the E2 platform as well, we've got 5 spec lessors. We've got a number of other lessors who have participated in various types of sale and leaseback transactions, finance transactions. So in terms of that broad spectrum of lessors and their appetite, we're confident that we can address those needs.
But even for Africa, because the point
even
is,
for
you know,
Africa.
Africa is always seen as risky,
Even
and
for
you
Africa.
know, and
We've done, of course, we've done the transaction with the new E2s with Airlink, and we've placed a new aircraft into Nigeria, working with local financial institutions in Nigeria. We engage with Africana, so we do have, and of course BNDES, our export credit agency out of Brazil, can step in with transactions as well. So we believe we have a very tailored suite of financial and financing solutions, and we've been able to unlock a lot of exciting transactions in Africa.
There's a lot also in Africa, a lot of small airlines. You know, it's not your case, obviously, George, but what I mean by small is probably less than 15, less than 20 airplanes. And with that size of fleet, and that's the total fleet, by the way. I mean, you've got probably in there 2 or 3 aircraft types to cover, you know, regional, domestic, regional, and international. So those small airlines don't get the benefit of the economies of scale, obviously. So what should they do to reach out to these economies of scale, which are absolutely needed in aviation? Anyone wants to comment on that? George, any view from the airline side?
Yes, from the airline side.
Is pooling, is it more cooperations between the airlines to get those volumes? What you've done with Jumbo Jet, for instance, is it this kind of model which will be successful in the future?
That's exactly what I was going to say. We have a Jumbo Jet with 8 aircraft. It's 100% owned by Kenya Airways. If we take a different example, I think pooling with other airlines, major airlines, into ordering of an aircraft or financing and support from a major airline, and if there is a local financing, like banking, or this would be much better, because, as you said, Africa is seen as a high risk. Africa has a lot of airlines, which is smaller airlines. Opens today, in a few years, they might be gone. So the risk, yes, there is a risk. Geopolitical issues are a risk also in Africa. So you need the local banking who actually looks at the finances of the country, the GDP, looks at the current situation of the country, who knows it much better to finance and support.
I want to jump in on that a little bit.
Just Shahab, maybe first.
Sorry, just quickly, I think a lot of it's about education, right? And so there's a responsibility, I think, even as OEMs, and we do a lot of this, to educate the financial systems, sometimes the leasing community, about the airlines in Africa and why they are good places to place aircraft, to finance aircraft. There's also education to do sometimes with the airlines or with the governments that own the airlines in terms of things they can do to make themselves appear less risky. Things like signing Cape Town Convention in Nigeria, something that we are very active in helping support, to bring that risk premium down a bit, right? And also, so it's all these legs of the stool, right? So it's working with the financing community, it's working internal to our own organizations to make sure everyone understands the value of aviation in Africa, why it's a good investment, why it's not as risky as maybe is perceived by some. So again, it's education in all directions, and it's something that we really enjoy being part of.
Yeah, Raphael.
I wanted to say that, again, on the used aircraft side, we are seeing African financial institution wanting to finance in Africa. Like currently we have a relationship with one of the African banks that actually provided us with a facility for our trading activity. So that bank came to us and they said, if you guys want to do structure leases or finance leases in Africa, we're willing to support you. And then another bank came and did the same thing. So now we have 3 African banks that are talking to us to support financing the sale of aircraft in Africa from African banks. This is good news. We should probably talk about these things.
Yeah, that's good news.
Just one thing to add. We are looking at the African airlines in general, and we are asking for decarbonization. Right? We're asking to reduce the emissions. We're asking for new fleet. We're asking for all of this. And at the same time, you need to do decarbonization, you need few things. One of them is a newer fleet, yeah, newer engines. I don't have access to this. And you're asking me by 2050 to have a net zero. Is that realistic in Africa? I don't know. I'm just asking everybody here. They're more experienced than I do in Africa. But I don't see it as an airline something realistic as long as I don't have a newer aircraft availability, which we're trying to push. The second thing is to the point of financing. The lessors in Africa, they are asking for a security deposit, okay, which might be 3 months, 4 months, whatever it is, depending on the risk of the airline. If you go to a major airline out of Africa, this doesn't exist. Okay, so ACMI, to have a solution of ACMI, I tried that before. They are very good, however, they are very expensive.
Oh, sure.
With a $1.2 per seat, you get an ACMI. I will shut down before I get the 2032. I will be shut down. So we need to be very careful of solutions we provide to airlines.
So
support.
we'll get to the environmental aspects and the new fleet later on. But before that, I want to see if there are questions in the room here. I'm going to take one question. So not Somas. No, anyway, I'm kidding.
Can we take two questions, not just one?
Okay, no, two
Yeah,
questions,
okay, fine,
of course.
Somas or?
No, whatever, I'm kidding.
Okay, let's skip to Somas.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. I think what you're saying, no solution is the best solution for every party is there, right? So for the OEMs, not having a solution to that helps you to keep pressure on demand. So you will have airline begging you for more aircraft, but you can control it. That's a very good situation. Second, lessors, Mr. Haddad, it's also good for you. You'll make a premium because that demand is very high. So in terms of MRO, parts, suppliers, the same thing. Well, for airlines, George, sorry, but demand is very high. Your load factors are exceptionally high this year. At the end of the day, consumers is paying the price. Are you suggesting that this market where we are all should be more regulated? Is that not the danger of having so much of issues that not being taken care by the stakeholders? This is a question probably for Patrick or for everyone. That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, more regulations for our industry?
No.
Please no, huh? Say no.
No.
No, but he's right. I mean, when you have a situation like this, it would be tempting for authorities to step in and say, okay, enough is enough, now we're trying to regulate. Any view on that?
Well, I want to say that in this continent, they are part of the problem. You should be, putting your question to them. If they would have less regulations and start applying more like SATAM, I think this market would be much, much more healthier. Reduce your taxes, reduce your charges, all of that.
No,
if I may,
I would agree with that.
I think in my view, you need to align regulation. Yes, you need to regulate. Yes, you need to regulate, not over-regulate, but you need to regulate and align those regulations, open the borders, and align the African regulation together, SATAM or other regulation. But what you need to do is you need to have some certain policy or regulation that controls this. Because today, it's a supply and demand, and the supply is short, the demand is high, definitely everything is going to go higher with no ceiling. With no ceiling. And I can tell you, I wouldn't say a number, but an aircraft which was about 6 months or 1 year ago, the lease of it was 320,000 per month. Today it's 450 in 6 months. Okay, why? Because availability,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's a supply and demand, and the risk, the premium on risk.
And we have one more question, and
Yes.
this one is coming from our students, some very brilliant minds we have. So just one question, and you can wear your headsets. It will be in Portuguese. Will it be in English? Okay, he will do it in English.
Hello everyone, I agreed firstly, and I would like to say that I am Adriano Gomes, I'm a Syncotech student, and I would like to ask if are OEMs directly responsible for the failures that occur in aircraft in operations? Yes. Thank you.
Guys, OEM. Sorry, can you repeat the questions? Can you? It was not clear.
The question is, are OEMs responsible for faults that occur in the aircraft?
They're responsible for
For faults that
faults, failures. Okay.
yes, faults or failures
Fails or
in the
failures.
aircraft.
So it's a question of responsibility. Are you responsible people?
I like to think we
responsible
are.
for everything.
Aviation obviously is a very complicated, aircraft are very complicated. So to caveat or to suggest that any issue, that you can come up with a single answer to that question is not really possible. We work very hard to make sure that when we manufacture the aircraft, when we deliver the aircraft, it is in absolute top condition, ready to reliably serve the airline. There's, of course, maintenance practices, operational practices, the entire ecosystem of aviation that gets involved, and any one of those, or often multiple of those, are involved when something does not go right. So it's that complexity. So I can't give you a single answer. I say as an OEM, it is absolutely our responsibility to deliver a safe and reliable aircraft, and we take that responsibility very safely. Just as I know the operators of the aircraft take their responsibility very seriously. Safety is paramount. We'll compete and we'll maybe quip at each other occasionally on panels like this. I hope you did enjoy the chocolates.
I did enjoy the chocolate. I've still got the wrapper in my pocket to prove it.
I'm going to make a quick plug in just a second after that. But so it's up to all of us to do that. And it's, again, how we produce and deliver the aircraft. It's how it's maintained. It's how people are trained to maintain and fly and operate the aircraft and the infrastructure that is involved in flying aircraft. I will say on the sustainability issue, just maybe a little off topic, but we will be having a sustainability seminar this afternoon after the formal Afraa events. You're all invited to join. My colleagues from the sustainability team will be here. So
talking, that's a good segue. I want to finish. We talked about the issues and problems, and they are many, and we are in a very tough point, a tough spot at the moment. But I want to give at the end, because we just have like maybe a couple of minutes left, so be short, please. But I want to give a bit of more hope and a view on the future. Okay, we talked about how we can solve the problems. Now, in terms of environment, I know we're far from the targets, and because all this takes place instead and takes the priority. But in terms of fleet development, product development, I open it to really access to SAF and everything environmentally connected. Maybe I start with Airbus, because Airbus, you've been alluding to a new single aisle, to a zero-E hydrogen airplane. Again, fairly shortly, but timelines for these. We're talking about 2035 at some stage for hydrogen. It's been pushed. New single aisle. Please help us understand where we are.
Sure, very quickly, and before George says, but why are you looking at that when you can't deliver today? Obviously, we are looking towards the future. We are very hopeful on hydrogen, and we have several hydrogen-related projects. It's true that the Zero-E has been delayed, not because of the technology, but of the hydrogen infrastructure. That is to say, getting hydrogen to where we need it to use it. So in terms of hydrogen, we would have a hydrogen fuel cell, which would actually generate electricity to then propel the aircraft with an electric motor. That's one of the technologies. The other use of hydrogen is actually eSAF or P2L, where we carbon capture, combine it with hydrogen that's been extracted from water to produce a synthetic fuel. When that is then burnt, it releases the same amount of carbon back into the atmosphere that we originally captured. Now, right now, we're probably looking at a 10-year slip on the hydrogen program. So what we're also looking at is I'm not going to call it conventional, but a new single-aisle jet. Timeline about 2035. It will be running on SAF, and we're still undecided on whether it will be an ultra bypass engine or an open rotor engine. But again, the target that we're aiming for is 2035 to achieve a 20 to 25% fuel savings compared to today's most recent generation aircraft. All of that, of course, to meet the target of net zero by 2050. And another intermediate step is that all our aircraft will be 100% SAF compatible by 2030.
Shahab, MAX 7, MAX 10, 777X, what's coming down the line, please?
Yeah, so MAX 7, MAX 10, we plan on certifying next year. 777X should go into service in 2027. That, of course, is all predicated on the regulatory agencies and us working through all the things that have to be done to certify an aircraft. But that's our timeline for that. I will say on things like hydrogen, we are less bullish than Airbus. We have studied hydrogen for decades. We have manned and unmanned hydrogen projects that have been done. We have composite cryogenic storage tanks for hydrogen. The infrastructure is one of the issues, but quite frankly, the energy density of hydrogen does not support the narrow body size and up that we produce today. Maybe on a smaller scale, shorter range aircraft, hydrogen may be feasible, but again, the infrastructure required, and you can't just look at the operation of it, but how do you produce the hydrogen? Can you actually do that in a way that is, what I'll quote, air quote here, green, right? Because there's a lot of energy that goes into producing it, depending on how it's done. So there's a number of challenges with hydrogen. It's not that it can't be a decent fuel source for certain aspects. I think aviation is a very tough one to crack, from a commercial standpoint at least. Again, we have studied it. We don't publish or maybe aren't as vocal about our work there as others. But we do understand it very well. We're continuously looking at technologies. In terms of the next product, there's three things that have to come together, right? The market has to be there, the technology has to be there, and we have to be in a position to develop it. And so once those three things, all those synergies come together, then we're ready to go into the next product. In the immediate time frame, of course, we need to get the products that we're already on well down the path of certification out to our customers.
Thank you. Adam, new development at Embraer.
Yeah, so we are constantly evaluating the market to understand what our next move would be. Just recently, we did announce that we had conducted a next generation turboprop program over several years that we concluded, and to decide that it wasn't the right moment to proceed with that. We're turning our focus to look at other areas of the market, but really we turn back to the products we have today. We're talking about how can we deliver a sustainable solution in the present, and the E2 family already is the lowest fuel burning platform out there. That means the lowest emissions, 20% lower fuel burn than our prior generation E-jets, and that's delivering today. So we're standing behind that product for the near term, and we believe that this will carry us through until we decide our next move on a product development standpoint.
Excellent. Guillaume,
Yes.
EVO.
Evolution.
Evolution. That's the next, the next level, ATR, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just very, very briefly,
Yeah,
but,
very
what
briefly,
time
yeah.
frame? Is it real? Is it?
No, so we have basically a threefold roadmap. First one is ATR 4272, and just to take your words, Adam, deliver reliably an aircraft that already burns 45% less than a similar size RJ. So no need to wait for 2035, 2040 to address climate and environmental issues. Then, as you may have heard, we've been selected, and we are very, very happy and proud about it, by the European Union Clean Aviation Program, which is involving a lot of industry stakeholders, so OEMs. ATR is part of them. manufacturers, engine manufacturers, RTX, Pratt & Whitney Canada is among them, Safran, just to name a few. And we've been selected to lead two pioneering projects. One is to integrate all these new technologies on board an aircraft, including hybrid propulsion. The other one is to fly a demonstrator by 2030. So by 2030, ATR will fly a hybrid aircraft, or an aircraft bringing hybrid propulsion technology. It will be a demonstrator. That's not an aircraft we'll sell in 2030 to the market, but at least it will help us test solutions and decide what we will want. I mean, collectively, the industry and ATR as well, to put on our next aircraft. So until 2030, we'll be very, very focused on this clean aviation project. And if, as we believe, there is concrete things and substantial improvement to bring to the market, we'll onboard them on the EVO program, launch the program, which is still a concept, and we aim to deliver the first EVO if launched in 2035.
Good, and thanks. I think the priority, and you said it all, is today, right? So we're going to have to stop here. And sorry, George, if I saw you jumping on the mic, but thank you. We could have continued, I think, for another couple of hours. It was really lively. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, and hope we can solve those problems as soon as possible, because this is really hurting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that conversation on how we can get the right aircraft to airlines at the right time, with the right financing, within the right regulatory framework, and the MRO support. So we take a group photo on stage. A group photo on stage. And speaking of MRO support, we want to count on all of our OEMs on stage, Airbus, Boeing, ATR, Embraer, and our other partner OEMs to join Afraa for the MRO event that we are doing next year, because that's the part of the conversation that we'll be taking to help create a sustainable ecosystem for the MRO sector. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. It is easier to travel from Tunis to Doha or from Tunis to Dubai than it is to travel from Tunis to Angola, from Tunis to Zambia. We have that discussion we've had from the real example from Tunisia, who came from Tunis, but it took them 13 hours to get here. That's not really realistic. So within 1 week, you cannot do 2 business meetings in 2 cities in Africa because the issue of lack of intra-Africa connectivity. And this is what we need to solve. We are moving there, yes, but the progress is not as fast as we need it to be. So what can we do to close that gap and enhance intra-Africa connectivity? That is the gist of the next session, which will be having Mr. Barry Kashambo, the immediate former ICAO Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa Office, and he is currently the Director of Aviation Safety Alliance for Africa. And the conversation will also have Mr. Mabitsi Legodi, who is the Head of Business Development at ATNS, and ably moderated by Rafael Kuchi, the Director, Government, Legal, and Industry Affairs of Afraa. So I invite Rafael to lead the discussion on how we can drive continental collaboration under SATAM to ensure that we effectively implement SATAM. Welcome, Rafael. A round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for still staying put for the next session. I promise you it's going to be very exciting. So just stay where you are and listen to us. May I invite my two panelists, Mr. Barry Kashambo and Mabitsi, to please come up to the podium, please. Shall we welcome them with a round of applause, please? Thank you. So, as rightly put by Maureen, my two guests will be helping us address fundamental questions leading to Africa's speedier implementation of the single African air transport market. We are making some progress, it appears, but probably we could do better. So, the single African air transport market was launched in February 2018 as one of 3 flagship programs of the African Union Commission. The functions of the executive agency were entrusted to the African Civil Aviation Commission, AFCAC, and they had a responsibility to supervise and monitor the implementation of the Yamoussoukro decision. They have to date coordinated the formulation of regulatory text for competition, for consumer protection, and for dispute resolution. They have also established the Dispute Settlement Administrative Mechanism and its council. But nearly 8 years since SATAM was launched, the hard questions we need to ask is whether we could have been able to implement YD to the level we have today without necessarily coming up with a single African air transport market. Are we duplicating our efforts? Or the single African air transport market was useful and a feasible approach to where we find ourselves today? According to AFCAC, to date, 38 countries on the continent have signed the YD. 26 of them have actually signed what is called a memorandum of implementation, a clear commitment agreements have been modified and aligned with the YD text. Very impressive so far. But realistically, we still have a number of concerns. Airlines still have difficulties getting traffic rights between certain city pairs on the continent. Even cities in some of the countries that have already signed SATAM. So what's happening? SATAM is accessible, that YD is applicable. Why are our airlines not launching new routes? Is it that they don't have the capacity, they lack the equipment? And because of this, the dream of many young and vibrant Africans desirous of traveling across this continent is not happening. And people are worried. What is happening? We thought under SATAM we'll be able to travel, but now we are not able to travel. What can be done? We would address some of these issues amongst others, even as I engage with my panelists this morning. My panelists, Mr. Barry Kashambo, as you heard earlier, is the former regional director for ICAO in the East and Southern Africa region. He is currently the executive director at Aviation Safety Alliance for Africa, and also executive chairman of African Air Transport Solutions Associates, and aviation consulting firm. Mr. Mabetsi Legodi is the head of business development at the Air Traffic and Navigation Services, ATNS, in South Africa. So I'll now take my seat and ask some of the very basic questions that most of us in this room would be looking for answers from my honorable panelists. So let me take my seat and we'll continue.
Okay, welcome, gentlemen, to the discussion. So my first question, and I think I'll start with Barry first. What is your overall assessment of SATAM as we speak? Is the glass half full, half empty, or just completely empty? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thought you had recovered from the last night dance like I have. It was a very nice evening, by the way. This is the, I think, 12th time I'm being interviewed by Raphael Kuchi in my life. And hopefully it's going to wind down towards zero eventually. I don't even know whether I'm the right person to discuss issues of SATAM now in my retirement phase of active involvement in SATAM, but definitely I continue to be a very active participant in SATAM. I'm a disciple of that gospel. Half full, empty, or full, it depends on the context. First of all, I would like to ask, maybe as we move along, I'm looking forward to a time when the panel here will be by airlines, other than regulators and navigation service providers, because the airlines are very active. As I gauge what level of implementation has gone on, I think it's important to look at the background. Where are we coming from? 2018, some of us were in Addis Ababa as the SATAM was being launched. Raphael Kuchi here was there with me. I think I saw Soshina Iyabo, she's here. She was with us. Adefunke was there. The excitement in that compound was amazing. It was very, very exciting. We all thought that maybe in a few weeks or 2 months, we would have all the 55 countries signing. However, I remember very well, and I was looking at the speech that we drafted for Dr. Liu, who was the president of the council then, and we had said that if we had 32 countries committing and signing, that would be a good step. We now have 38. So I think we're already above the half full. We are now coming towards maybe 3/4 full. So what is, if you ask me, what do I think is the assessment? In my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many, we are already having enough in the glass to quench our thirst. If the 38 who have signed and the 26 who have committed were to take the steps and implement, I think there would be a very big difference. First of all, it depends which of the 26 or 38 have signed. Are they the big boys, if I may call them that, or are they the intermediate or lower actors? If the big actors, the likes of Ethiopian Airlines, the Kenya Airways, and all that, if they were to start implementing the 6 big boys on the continent, then it would be likely that the impact would be very easily seen, because that's a low-hanging fruit. Have they started doing it? Could be. 2018 February, when they declared this, the champion at that time was the president of the summit, was President Kagame of Rwanda, a converted believer in Satan. No wonder Rwanda is what it is. There was only one opponent in the room, President Museveni of Uganda. I come from Uganda, my president. So he said, for Uganda, they are not going to supplement, they are not going to sign SATAM. And they haven't signed even up to today. We have tried to convince him and all that, but I think soon rather than later he's going to be converted. But up to now, he has not. But he was the only one. So we thought that we would have 54 out of the states. But what does that tell you? I think what we need to do, Raphael, in the interest of time, is to get these other states that have signed, take action, and let them show the benefits. Then those who are not yet converted will see the good fruit and follow. I think that's the best approach we should take. Those of you who believe in the holy books, it is even written there. Let us be judged by our actions, not the words. We have spoken so much. Let the words, let the actions and the results and the benefits and outcomes speak volumes. And what the statistics you mentioned there are beginning to give the conversation. How do we translate the roots into figures? If the airlines come and tell us, because we opened, our passenger numbers have increased by this %, our revenue has increased by this %, then when the others go to the boardroom, they will ask the CEO, what are you doing? Why are you not doing what Ethiopian Airlines is doing so that they can benefit? So I think we need to do that to make the difference. The numbers we have, the commitment is good enough for us to kickstart. Now we need to wait those who are behind to come following us in a running manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are very good opening comments. Mr. Mabitsi, do you agree the glass is half full? What are you seeing from ATN's perspective? I mean, are you seeing more flights in the air?
Thank you. And good morning, Raphael and my fellow panelists, and to the delegates. And maybe before I go into the details, the African in me doesn't allow me to proceed without appreciating the hospitality afforded to us by the host since we got here to date. And thank you very much, host, for this splendid event. Now, allow me to, before I go into the details and speak into the numbers, I'm a scientist by training. And we are very lazy people. When there's a very long sentence, we find acronyms. And if I were to give you a short answer, I would say, yes, there is progress. But let me go into the details. As ATNS and also one of the major air navigation service providers in the region, we've had an opportunity to participate in a number of AFCAC programs. And I'm going to walk you through some of the moments or achievables that make me believe that we've made good progress. Now, let me split this project into two. For the most part, if we were to rewind to 30 years back, we'd be talking YD, something that is a pipe dream that will never happen. The second phase is SATAM, which is where we are today. And the reason I want us to distinguish these two is that when we were talking YD many years ago, the only thing that would come to mind was it's a government-owned program. You expect some Minister of Transport to play some miracle. Fast forward to SATAM, we have a bigger audience. We have bigger players, far beyond just the administrators of policy. And ever since you got here from yesterday in the morning, we've been lamenting a number of issues. The cost of doing business in Africa, the cost of a flight ticket, lack of harmonization and regulations, and a whole lot of issues. And as much as we appreciate these issues, and I think we are able to acknowledge them purely because we are now involved. It is no longer just purely about government. Now, let me just walk you through from a perspective of an air navigation service provider who is also equally a provider of infrastructure. Now, initially when we started with SATAM, we focused on a narrow view at some point to say we want to relax the rules that are determining air traffic rights, frequencies, and capacity, which is what led to the narrow view of focusing purely on the policy and regulatory element of SATAM, and never on the implementation side of it. When we started to be involved as other parties, AFCAC then came up with a program, the Joint Prioritization Action Plan. Joint meaning it is bringing in a number of stakeholders outside just the ministries responsible for aviation. That program then identified 5 key themes, and I'm going to focus on only one. One of them is infrastructure, where we come in. That as much as we are hoping that there will be growth in the industry, the question is, do we have infrastructure to provide and support the growth? And that's where GPAP comes in. Now, we've been involved in a number of regional programs in the continent. Now, one of the key elements of JPAP was, what level of infrastructure do we have in the continent? Which gave rise to a program for assessment of the infrastructure gap analysis in the continent. It focused in 4 or 5 areas: aerodrome and ground aids, ATM, search and rescue, AIS, and PENS Ops, ATM, CNS, and airline equipage and fleet.
But you're getting into the details of the strategy. We will get there.
Thank you.
What I just wanted to be sure is whether we are aligned that in terms of implementation, we are making some progress, and we are happy with the progress, and we will continue. I'll come to you, and then we'll expand on the issues of infrastructure and other areas.
Absolutely.
So, but if I can come back to Barry. Now, today, the approach, before the launch, we didn't do the regulatory texts that were necessary for the implementation of the YD. And now we've got a regulatory text done. The institutions that were supposed to be established to oversee implementation have also been established. 38 states, as I mentioned earlier, have so far signed SATAM. But that notwithstanding, we are still pursuing the others that have not implemented, that have not signed yet. Now, the 38 states that have signed account for nearly 80% of the traffic on the continent. So those are the big boys, to answer your question. Now, but the strategy of continuing to pursue those who have not signed and also pursuing implementation, is that helping us or is not assisting us to move forward faster?
First of all, let me put a slight disclaimer there. Out of those 38, the ones who have not signed, by the way, not all of them are not giving rights or even giving a conducive environment for operations. Let's take Uganda, for example. They haven't signed, but they have, for many, many years, they have given fifth freedom to Ethiopian Airlines, for example. Many, many years, more than 30 years. They have always been giving them fifth freedom. So they have not signed, but they are, in principle, on the ground, they are practicing SATAM. So it's not, we should not gauge signing as the point. The thing should be on the ground. So much as we are saying there is light at the end of the tunnel, but it looks like our tunnel has bends. It's not a straight tunnel. We need to straighten it so that we can see the light. We are seeing some shadows. And how can we get the tunnel opened up? How many of us know what we call ninja tactics? Ninja tactics. You have ever heard of what they call ninja tactics? We need to use some ninja tactics here. One of the lowest fruit one of the detours we can make now, can we start with cargo, by the way? Can we introduce cargo into this picture? Because cargo is very easy. You can give fifth freedom and seventh freedom to cargo very easily. No country is going to give many issues. So you come and get into cargo, they open up into cargo, then you start talking about passengers. We are talking about courtship. You know, when you are courting somebody, you just don't come like that. You come with tactics. So we come with some tactics, and we see how can we now get lure countries that have not signed through the cargo sector. And then we can now start penetrating into the passenger because they have seen the benefits. Now, coming to your question, back to what you were talking about, some of these things in 2018, we were not sure, we didn't even know what challenges we were going to face. But now that we know them, I think we now need to agree, do step by step. We continue talking about the YD as if the YD, this SATAM was put in place. The purpose was to facilitate the implementation of the YD, single African market, towards the implementation of the YD. That's the statement that was on the context. The text was single African air transport market towards the implementation of the YD. You can't separate the two. So now that we know that now we could start looking for another as a preamble and put another text. Now that we know that we are at SATAM, we need to start looking for another nomenclature for moving into the implementation to address the challenges that we have noted. And we know the challenges. So let's get those who are willing to go on the ship. We address the problems, we put the regulatory framework, and then the rest will follow.
Okay, thank you very much. So we start with cargo, but we only have very few cargo airlines on the continent. That's why our focus is on passenger, because the passenger airlines are the ones who actually need to move us around. And if they can move not just only passengers, but both passenger and cargo, we were thinking that will be the way to go. But truly, I think if we can open up to cargo, it will sort of serve our interests better. Now, Mabitsi, you know, some states have signed, but they are not implementing. Some states, as we had in the case of Uganda, they haven't signed, but they are making progress. They don't restrict. What do you think is holding back some of those states that have signed and are not implementing?
Thank you. We are discussing a very sensitive area of SATAM. And maybe let me start talking about the African market structure from an airline perspective. we sit with a majority of government or state-owned airlines. So those are children of the state. And the state is the owner of policy. And the reason they don't sign is because you still sit with the view that is split into two areas. One, protectionism, protecting the legacy of our own airline. Secondly, state sovereignty tied to the flag carrier concept. We just came back from Dominican Republic for the ICAO Air Navigation Services conference. Our engagement as African states, you still sense that those who may have not signed are still holding back on the possibility of their own airline growing into the future. But that shouldn't deter us. Because as we're pursuing our negotiations, we then learn that the more you bring them on board, and then the more they understand the benefits of being part of SATAM, and us focusing on the African continent connectivity, the better for the region. So as long as we still sit with those two challenges, protectionism, flag carrier legacy approaches, we'll continue to sit with challenges where some sort of pushback will be there, but we will ultimately get to a point where the program is fully embraced.
Okay, good. Barry, do you have some point there?
Yes, I want to say something what he has mentioned. I saw you on LinkedIn with your delegation in Dominican Republic, and this is my observation. Do you know that when we have an icon, there are more African delegations on the icon signing with the operators outside Africa than signing for SATAM? With big delegations, we get committed to signing with others other than our own brothers. So when you go to ICANN, all African delegations are there. They are very busy signing with everybody else. When you ask them, do you have any African country you're going to sign with? So, oh, no, we didn't. Is there any you can suggest? Can we have our own African ICANN setup? So that we can sign, we can now let's first clean our own bedroom before you go to the compound. I think we need to look at, can we have our own ICANN sort of arrangement so that each of the African states has got agreements with the other, then we can open up to the rest of the world. But at least start with our own house.
Okay, that's good to know. I think I've heard it in another forum before about the need for us to have an African version of ICANN. And I think it will be a good idea from here to let AFCAC know and the AUC that they need to put this in place. Ladies and gentlemen, let me let you know that at some point I'll be coming to you for your questions and comments on the subjects we are discussing. So if you have any points, please just note them down, and I would ask for you to contribute shortly. Now, the other question I wanted to ask Barry is about AFCAC as the executing agency. You've given AFCAC such a big responsibility, but it has no empowerment, enforcement powers. So how can AFCAC deter any state that does not want to implement? Is this not a big flaw, and how do we address it?
Thank you very much. There is no action in life if it doesn't have a statement of consequences. I'm a believer. I read the book of God very often. Everywhere God has promised something, He puts a consequence. If you do not obey, this will happen. If you go in the law, they will say, please, if you do not do this, these are the consequences. You'll be imprisoned for 7 months. Let me give you one. Allow me to give you one story. I read something in 1998. A trick, if you have a bag and you don't want the contents of your bag to be stolen, you can put a placard inside there. I had it in 1998. I put it in my bag. It has instructions. In case you steal this bag or take it, these are the instructions. Please don't take the contents. You can take the money, but every other document that is there, put them at the police station. It is 10 points instructions of. So they stole my bag actually in Kampala. And inside there was a placard which was laminated with instructions of what to do when you steal this bag. And I got all the contents back. So whoever stole it, and one of the last ones that if you actually don't worry, somehow you will be found. So this person must have thought this guy has witchcraft or whatever. So I got all the contents, but because of the instructions that are inside, how do I link it into this? Airlines and states must know that if they do not if they sign Sessão and they do not implement it, these are the following consequences that will happen. And we must have it in place. Otherwise, people sign, but they know there's no consequence to it. You can sign and just go away. So we need to have some kind of consequence and give AFCAC some teeth so that they can bite. And I think that's a very good conversation for African Union to come up and say, if you sign and you don't implement, what happens? Because those things, we have left it to be a laissez-faire without putting any consequences. So I agree with you that we need to give some consequences of direction of what happens when we do not comply.
Thank you. Mabitsi, now, it appears African airlines don't also have the capacity, or they are not equipped with the right equipment to take advantage of some of the liberalized markets. What can be done there?
Thank you, Raphael. As I said earlier, when we were engaging in ICANN, you then realize there is certain states in Africa that do not have capacity to establish their own airline, but have allowed investment from outside the country to come and invest and give them capacity. And I think it will require the region to embrace capacity that doesn't necessarily come from the state. We spoke a lot about inefficiencies, connectivity, and the like. But at the end of the day, if we do not embrace the fact that there is no need for the state to invest A to Z in an airline operation, you can still have private sector participation or non-state related operations to invest in your region. And some of the issues to sit with is that because we see the need to always have the flag carrier, I'll call it we over-invest and to a large extent saturate the market. And because it is based on emotions, we tend to take time to let go and realize that we'd rather allow the market forces to determine who becomes a player in the game. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the floor and see if there is any burning question before I come back to my panel. Yes, so we have CEO Sky. Okay, and Elink. Yes. Oh, where's the Mike? Thank you very much. Shoot.
And Raphael, we also have a question from the students, so we can take both of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. SATM is a very good program, so we have to keep pushing so that it will not be remaining slogan. Yeah. People think that governments in Africa are slow in signing and implementing certain program, while airlines are pushing it so that they can build critical volume and reduce the unit cost for the traveler. But practical observation shows that some of the airlines are at the root of the problem for the slow progress of SATM. Without having to mention names of airlines or countries, when Airline X is asking to have not even a fifth freedom, but simply operating access into another country where the two countries have a mature bilateral air service treaty. The airline of the destination goes to their transport ministry, to their civil aviation. They say that this airline who is requesting should not come because the ministry asks for some kind of no objection comment from the airline. And this is completely not in the spirit of SATU, by the way, not in the spirit of Yamoussoukro. So they say that no, if they come, our interest will be compromised. And then when you meet airline to airline, they tell you, no problem, we are pushing for you to come here, this and that. And the opposite is being done. So it is not per se only the governments, but the airlines themselves. Within the industry colleagues are also guilty of the slow implementation of SATU. So, you know, when problem occurs between husband and wife, it is not only the husband or the wife. It is, most of the time, it is a mutual kind of shared guilt. So it is not only the government, but also the industry needs to sanitize its own self so that SATU could, you know, be fast in implementation. So what can be done with all the industry, parastatals and colleagues so that this will sink down into all stakeholders so that SATU can be implemented sooner than later?
Thank you very much for that. You know, I've always had this concern about airlines blocking other airlines. And I've also always thought that probably if airlines operate on a shared basis, like two airlines say, okay, look, I want to come into your market, but can we work together? Probably it might help. But unless the other part, the one who is blocking you does not even want to work with you. But at times, I think if you just want to operate into the market, the other airline, fearing that you have a probably superior product, would try to play tricks. But if you can agree to work together, because that is one of the biggest challenges among African airlines, that we don't want to work together. And I don't know why. If we were working together, I'm sure we will break these barriers significantly. Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. Yes, Elink.
Thank you, Raphael. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. I think, you know, when it comes to other aspects of SATAM, we don't pay as much attention as we do to fifth freedoms. I believe there's too much emphasis on fifth freedoms. We've made it the alpha and omega of SATAM. And we lose focus on other areas that are critical. I do agree that it can be seen as protectionism, but it can't be the beginning and the ending. And I think we need to look back at what else we had said is possible. I want to also agree with Barry when we're talking about countries that signed but do not ratify. And we feel it as airlines, we feel it in the processes and the procedures, and we definitely do need punitive measures when it comes to when conditions are not met. Barry, you also mentioned countries that are doing well, but have you asked yourself why they are doing well? At what cost are they doing well? How many other African airlines do they actually allow into their own space? That should be considered as a measurement, you know, for these countries that you are saying are doing well. What is the cost of service there? What are the fees? What are the charges? What are the taxes? We've had an experience where if we have to use half our aircraft, and half our aircraft is about 40, we'd have to pay about $34,000 just to get a permit. But this is a country that started as doing well in SATAM. So let's consider that. Can we also consider, you know, things like, do they force you to use certain and specific service providers that are associated with the actual airline that you are competing with? So then when it comes to things like fifth freedoms, we look at all of that and we say, actually, there's no reciprocity here, because we're giving everything else and Now, they're asking us for fifth freedoms, and we're giving them that too, and yet we can't even start to operate in their own space. There is no enabling environment. So I want us to look at it wholesomely, such that at the end of the day, we look at the processes and the procedures that make it impossible for intra-Africa connectivity, even for those countries that have said that we've signed. What is it that they're doing wrong for everybody else, but it's working for them? Thank you.
Raphael, if I may, if we can take the other question and combine them in the interest of time, we need to wrap up.
Okay, so let me have the question from the student, and then there's another question here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arnaud Sakuanda from Sinfotech, and I would like to know what is the relationship between the African single aisles transport market and the free market in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Yes, who has a mic? Eros.
Good morning, it's me.
Oh, there's someone there. Okay, yeah, madam.
Mr. Mabitse is talking about technology. May I ask, do we have in Africa the latest technology, or we're still working towards it? The other question is, how is digitalization?
Sorry, can you speak closer to the microphone?
All right.
Yeah.
I was saying that Mr. Mabitse is talking about technology. I would like to know, is Africa already have the latest technology, or we're still working towards that? And the other question is, how is these days digitalization affecting your operations and customers' experience?
Okay, thank you very much. So we take one from Eros, and those should be the last questions, and then we'll wrap up. Yeah.
Eros Iroro is the name. I work for Travel and Business News. I would like to toe the line of Airlink and then give my...
Sorry, can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah, I'd like to toe the line of Airlink and then give my submission as regards a few issues that has to do with competition rules, charges, and fees. In Europe today, you can fly from one point of the continent to the other under the control of Eurocontrol. If you're paying your charges, you are paying a standard charge. In Africa, air navigation services are controlled by various factors or bodies. If I'm flying into a francophone country, then it has to be a SECNA. If I'm flying into another country, they have another service, and the charges are very different. So if we want to promote certain, we should also look at the other factors with regards to these charges, these fees that are going to be paid. Not only ground charges. Ground charges are equally a challenge. For instance, if I say I want to fly into Abidjan and I'm from Lagos, I wouldn't want to give figures, but the costs are very high. It's basically to try and discourage you from coming. They're not saying you should not come. Yes, you can come, but when you get there, the charges you have to pay would literally send you out.
I think that was the point Airlink was alluding
exactly. That's
to,
why I said I'm
that the entry levels are very different.
Exactly. So if we want to talk about SATIM and be practical about SATIM, we should first of all start at the grassroots and look at those issues that actually pull us apart than bring us together in the first place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so let's try and address these ones very quickly and see. The first one is whether SATAM is the same as free market. Who wants to take that? The student wanted to know whether SATAM is the same as free market.
Thank you very much. Can I try and answer that? They are not the same, but they are twins. They complement each other. The African Continental Free Trade Area is supposed to ease trade. when you ease trade, you need transport to move the goods from one country to another. When you have that need, you need air cargo transportation. To get that transportation done, you need to have flexibility of connectivity. And SATAM comes in. So SATAM enables continental free trade. Continental free trade enables the growth of SATAM. So they work together. They complement each other. They are not the same, but they must. None of them can progress without the other not be. Or if it does, it strengthens it. Do I answer your question? They are not the same, but they very closely. They are both flagship projects of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union.
Thank you very much for that. Mabitsi, if you can take these two questions together. The first one on whether on the continent we have the most recent and appropriate technology, and if you can then dovetail into the one that talked about why we have proliferation of air navigation service providers with different charges in different countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And earlier in my opening remarks, I was talking about the joint prioritization action plan. And pillar 4 of that is infrastructure. Now, your question is, do we have the latest technology? Now, the objective of JPAP was for us to achieve seamless airspace infrastructure for air navigation services in Africa. Now, you can have the latest technology, but if your neighbor's technology is not interoperable with yours, the approach and dream of seamless operation will never be achieved. So even if we were to wake up tomorrow with everyone with the latest technology available, for as long as we do not focus on the goal of JPAP that says, let us plan together. When ICAO used to say, no country left behind, they came up with what they call aviation system block upgrades, where we plan and invest in synchrony. That was not achieved, and it was purely to take care of that. So the bigger issue here is not how latest your technology is how compatible your technology is to your neighbor. Because I may have one, my neighbor has one, but the operator will not feel the benefit because there isn't interoperability or seamless operation. Now to the answer on the fragmented air navigation service providers. You would recall back in the days we used to talk about one airspace for Africa. Now the element of sovereignty and all of that came into place and then diluted the idea. We then migrated from talking about central airspace operations to seamless operation, to say, as much as you may not have one ANSP providing the service, let us plan in synchrony so that the services that are rendered in an equivalent setup. Now, JPAP under SATAM is purely trying to address that. So after the assessment of the joint program on infrastructure and infrastructure analysis, gaps were identified, and many of those are sitting in the CNS space, in the air navigation space. And that's where a lot of work is. And until we are able to harmonize our investment plans, we'll still sit with these challenges. So the simplest answer to your question is, we will sit with these challenges for as long as we don't realize the need to plan and coordinate in synchrony. We spoke about harmonization a lot, but we only talk about harmonization of regulations. Little was said about harmonization in the planning, in the rollout of our infrastructure. And that's what JPAP is trying to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, but whilst you still have the mic, in few words, can you tell me how will successful implementation of SATAM look like to you?
I'm going to steal the words of the Secretary General of AFCAC yesterday. She mentioned SATAM and said, do we even need bilateral air service agreement? And I will try to the question that was raised about free market versus SATAM. Now, SATAM, in a sense, ideologically is free market. Practically not, because there's still restrictions. So for me, full implementation of SATAM is SATAM where there is completely no restrictions, where there is freedom of operation and let the market forces dictate who becomes the player in the game.
Thank you. Barry, two things that you think we can do to boost SATAM implementation going forward.
Number one, I think we need to have a good strategy. When I hear what is happening in ECOWAS, I think the strategy ECOWAS is taking might be a good approach. Let's take it in the regional blocks. We eat the elephant in pieces. Let's not try to eat it in a whole pack. Number two, I think we need to exercise patience. Sometimes we think we are slow, but I don't think we are that slow. We could have moved faster. It took Europe 27 years. We have done, if we do away with the YD, we have done 8 years so far. So if we get committed, we need commitment. And I think I want to ride on what SKY boss was saying. Let's get the private sector on board. We have 5 actors: stakeholders, private sector, governments, we have the civil aviation authorities, and we have the ministries of transport. Let's all of them get on board so that we can have a good conversation. Right now, some of the stakeholders are not on the table. I think if we do that, we will move much faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we bring it to an end. My guests are saying that their glass is half full when it comes to SATAM implementation, but we need to fast-track the process by ensuring that we have an African dedicated ICANN through which we can actually be able to have our states interact and sign open skies arrangements amongst themselves instead of them signing with other regions and not ourselves. And that we also need to refine our strategy for SATAM implementation, and we need commitment. We need to bring all stakeholders on board to partner and work together for a smooth, faster, and efficient implementation of SATAM. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause to my panelists, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael, and thank you to our panelists for those insights on how we can accelerate the implementation of the single African air transport market. Next on the program is the much-awaited coffee break, kindly sponsored by GE Aerospace. And now, during this coffee break, we have a Boeing Commercial Outlook press conference. It's really important for us to know what is part of that report from the Boeing leadership team who are here with us in Luanda. Those of us who are interested to join the press conference, you are invited to go to the press conference room on level 1 to hear from the Boeing leadership team what the commercial outlook entails. And after we come back from coffee, we have a lineup of very interesting discussion on ancillary revenue. Right from yesterday, we were discussing on how thin the profit margins for airlines are. And the profit per passenger is $1.2. So how can airlines effectively pick that revenue from the ancillaries and increase from the $1.2 perhaps to $10 per passenger? That and more we shall hear from the panel session that is going to come after the coffee break. And then we continue with the closing ceremony where we will announce our new host for the next year's assembly. And we are happy to be joined by the ambassador of Gabon. She is here with us, and we shall be hearing a speech from her. So, ladies and gentlemen, coffee is served. Enjoy your coffee break, and let us be back in the room at exactly 11:30 a.m. for the last part of the assembly. Thank you.
Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada, Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada, Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada, Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada, Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana. A TAG Linhas Aéreas de Angola orgulha-se de ser a anfitriã da 57ª Assembleia Geral Anual da Associação Africana de Companhias Aéreas, Afraa. Sob o lema Céus Sustentáveis, África Conectada. Angola, terra de hospitalidade, progresso e ambição, acolherá líderes, companhias aéreas, fabricantes e parceiros estratégicos de todo o continente e do mundo. Este será um momento histórico. A afirmação de Angola como hub estratégico da aviação africana. Um palco para mostrar as nossas infraestruturas modernas, o talento do nosso povo, o potencial turístico e a força da nossa aviação. Com a TAG na liderança, Angola reafirma o seu compromisso com a excelência, a interconectividade africana e a integração aérea do continente no mundo. Angola recebe o futuro da aviação africana. Gratos por cada voo. Angola está pronta para receber o mundo. Em novembro de 2025, Luanda será o coração da aviação africana.
Whatever difference they cannot hold because they don't have the capital or the capacity to do so, they will then ship offshore through reinsurance, which means that the premiums that are attached to those go to the offshore markets, and then Africa loses its capital to be able to build its patient pools of capital. But if you have a syndication and we say that after you have passed the risk into the Angolan market, and whatever is left, instead of exporting it to the reinsurance market, pass it through the syndicate of Pan-African players that we have created so that they can also dilute the capacity that goes offshore, and by that case, reducing the amount of premiums that we take to the foreign markets. Now, I'm going to explain in later slides how all these come together. Now, these are the solutions and risks that we deploy at Afrex Insure. We have a specialty program, which is encompassing, because it's a trade agenda-led program, you cannot do it without cargo or marine cargo, because you know that marine cargo is the one that we use to cover most of our goods that are moving in and out of the African continent. Sorry, this thing is going too fast. We have the constructional risk, because Africa is evolving as a result of the trade development. There's a lot of projects that we're putting on the continent, building a lot of infrastructure. Then we support the oil and gas sector with specialized insurance programs. And then we also do the operational all risk, which we'll speak about shortly, because that is what targets the aviation industry. We also offer alternative risk programs for entities that are big enough to carry their own risk. So they're such as a cell or a cell captive, people can hold their own risk. This thing is moving very fast, the slides. But then again, I want to then address why we're here quickly. So Afrex Insure was established primarily to solve a structural problem. And that structural problem also includes the aviation insurance sector. There is an over-reliance on external parties. And that over-reliance means that we don't have enough capacity or enough capacity pools to hold our own risk. This presentation that I'm going to show you would outline some of the challenges and the interventions that we're bringing into this market to be able to help us control some of the things that we think we can control, and also over a period of time build the capacity to be able to deal with things over a long haul. Sorry. So I have listed here some of the challenges or the state in which we have the African aviation sector when it comes to risk management. Importantly, what we need to know is that we have difficulties in sourcing available hull and liability programs that we can manage or that are able to pay for. Again, because we lack capacity and we don't have enough capital built up along with most of the Pan-African insurers, we're unable to control pricing or able to determine how we structure our own insurance programs. What then happens is that we have a volatile market that is controlled by external factors. So if there is a volatility in the aviation sector in London, even though it has nothing primarily to do with what might be relevant on the African continent, the price shocks that feel on the London markets will automatically affect the African markets. And so that volatility, which may not be coming from our sector, will then be affecting us. Importantly, because of our reliance on international markets, there's also that challenge when we deal with regulatory infractions. So in different sectors across the African continent, we have different regulatory standards that allow for different things. And because of those regulatory fragmentations that we have, we're unable to meet certain benchmarks that help us to achieve the goal of having a harmonized insurance sector in the aviation space. All of this put together creates an insurability gap, where we have a mismatch between how the aviation sector in Africa is evolving as compared to how the insurance sector within Africa should evolve, because our insurance sector is now being dominant or led by what is happening in external markets. So there's no control, and it does not replicate or mirror what we're able to do on the continent. So why is the Afrex Insure intervention needed? Now, Afrex Bank thought it wise to create this risk management entity to be able to help us to try and solve some of these challenges as we go along. Now, it's important that we know that this is a long game. It's not something that can be done in a space of 2 or 3 days, but it's a long game. And a long game requires us to have that mindset, that agenda to be able to solve some of the challenges that we are facing in our sector. So why are these interventions needed? So I have put the interventions into pillars, and I'm also going to structure about 3 key themes as to why these interventions are needed. Important. First market is that there's a failure when it comes to adequate capital and expertise in our African setups when it comes to insurance. The second thing is that there's a consequence of this market failure that is felt by all of us. So if the market is unable to rely on its own structures, importantly, what is going to happen is that you, the person in the aviation sectors, whether you run an airport, whether you are into the spare parts business, whether you are into the MRO space, whatever happens, you are feeling the shocks of everything that is failing in the market because of the fact that we don't have a harmonized system. And then the third thing is that Afreximbank is mandated to advance trade and connectivity. So looking at these three broad areas, we're therefore saying that it's important for us to strengthen the aviation sector when it comes to risk management, because there's a portion when you come to access financing with lenders such as Afreximbank that is key. There's a CP that relates to insurance. And if you don't cross that CP and cross it well, unfortunately, your financing will not advance. And so it's important that we're able to deal with the fundamental problems that lie in our markets when it comes to the risk management aspects. And so I'm going to break down these pillars which I've stated over there: capacity provision, technical expertise, structured solutions, market coordination, and risk mitigation. Now, how do we do this? Or how are we trying to achieve these standards? I will give you some broad perspectives. So, on the capacity provision, I showed you how we are doing an aggregation of Pan-African players. We believe that over a period of time, if we're able to aggregate all these Pan-African players into one single source window and begin to pass our risks through the period over and over a time, they're able to build their capacity, build their capital base, and be able to provide structured insurance programs for the continent designed to meet the continent's needs. So you don't have the situation where the continent is now being driven by volatilities that are outside the continent. Number two, we want to build technical and underwriting capacities and expertise. How do we do this? We've partnered with expertise across the country. Again, you cannot do something unless you learn from those who have done it better or those who continue to do it ahead of you. So we've partnered with expertise in the insurance space, in the technical underwriting space, to provide technical capacity and capacity building for most of our various key sector players, so that we're able to harness these expertise and grow our own underwriting capacities and skill sets on the continent. Number three, we're talking about tailored solutions. So we're saying that over a period of time, if we're able to build our capacity, then our underwriters will be able to put together tailored solutions that respond to specific African challenges and African needs in our aviation sector. Number four, we're saying that we need to work together as a team. Now, the AFCFTA is doing a great job to expand how we work together. Afraa is doing its job by putting all of us in one room, helping us to find a single source approach to everything that we do. So what we are saying is that we need to intensify our collaboration, we need to intensify our market coordination so that we can have a harmonized system that works and works for everybody. And the fifth one is that we need to ensure that across the various African sectors, especially in the aviation sector, we have standardized risk mitigation and risk management methodologies. I sat in the room and I was listening to some of the arguments that were being moved, saying that if you go to this country, there is a different standard in risk management, different standard in how they service the planes, how they manage the aircraft, different standards in aviation. We need to come to a space, and I believe that Afraa is one doing to help us to arrive at this opportunity where we're able to harmonize all these 5 pillars and be able to move the agenda beyond what it currently is. So what are our strategic objectives? Okay, this one is interested in the topic. What are our strategic objectives? We believe that there must be an expected impact, and that impact is to improve or to ensure that there are sustainable coverages across the continent. Again, we want to make sure that local capacity is enhanced whilst we are promoting risk management and technical expertise. The industry's outlook is simple. We need the market to expand. We need partnerships across the various aviation sector bodies so that we, the underwriters and the risk managers, can be able to apply a single standard to everybody. And importantly, we need newer ways of doing things with newer sublines in our risk management methodologies. In concluding, what Afreximbank has done and what continues to do by promoting trade on the African continent, providing finance for the aviation sector, is to make sure that we, the people that sit in the risk management space, are able to help you meet a transformative agenda, to be able to move what currently is to a place that provides enough comfort and security for the lenders. Now, lenders are very particular about how they invest in different entities. Now, those investments must be protected. If the lender does not have confidence that his investment will be protected, then obviously the lender will not part away with his hard-earned money. But if you have a transformative agenda within the aviation space when it comes to the risk methodologies, what happens is that the lenders become comfortable, they understand that they are in the right space, and they're able to give out money to help you grow the aviation sector. The contribution of Africa's development when it comes to the airline space it's immense. If you're going to promote tourism, we're going to promote trade, we're going to promote movement of cargo. The aviation sector is at the heart of this particular agenda. And we as lenders are asking everybody, or making a call for collaboration to everybody within the space to help us drive this agenda, to make sure that we're able to close the gaps when it comes to risk management, so that the comfort that we have in giving out financing to entities becomes greater. Thank you very much, and I wish everybody a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Nana O'Day, on giving us a quick aviation insurance 101 and how we can reduce the risk, because the airline business is a high-risk business, and getting to have bankable African airlines and bankable aviation projects that can be supported by Afrex Insure products. Next is a very interesting panel session. Been waiting to listen to this debate. All from yesterday, we've been talking about the challenges and what airlines need to do. And this time round, we are looking at the component of ancillary revenues. One of the big gaping situations in Africa is that while other continents have airlines with high ancillary revenues and higher profit per passenger figures, in Africa, the profit per passenger figures are very small, and the ancillary revenues per passenger are also very small. So what do we do to close that gap? Because this is a low-lying fruit for airlines. To increase that $1.2 per passenger, perhaps to something much better, double, triple, 10 times more? Is it possible? Our panel session will be debating on what we can do to drive that. I will invite the panel moderator, Mr. Johan Powers, to come and lead this discussion. A round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to call my esteemed panel members to the stage. Mrs. Ashma Asokan Foster, Group CEO of Airline Pros. Where is Ashma? Over there. Okay. Ms. Francisca Meyer-Sueisen, Head of Airline Solutions for Meta Region at Amadeus. Then I have Mr. Christian van Dijken, VP Airline Account Management at TP Connects. I have Mr. Mahesh Pai, Director Products of Vertile Technologies. I have Mr. Ketane Desta Wolde-Michael, CCO of Eswatini Air. And finally, Mr. Somas Apavu, Regional Director of External Affairs and Sustainability Africa at IATA. Somas is there. IATA is always slow, Somas, I know. Well, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's session on ancillary revenue in African aviation. Africa's aviation sector is evolving rapidly, driven by growing passenger numbers, expanding connectivity, and new market entrants. Yet, like Maureen said already, profitability remains challenging with extremely high operational costs and competitive pressures. In this context, ancillary revenue is emerging as a vital lever for sustainable growth. From baggage, seat upgrades to innovative partnerships and digitally enabled services, ancillary products can help African airlines not only to increase margins, but also to enhance the passenger experience and build stronger loyalty. The question is, how do we design and implement these strategies to fit Africa's unique market dynamics, including diverse customer segments, infrastructure realities, and regulatory frameworks? Today, our distinguished panel of industry leaders will share insights, real-world examples, and future-focused ideas on maximizing ancillary revenue across the continent. We'll explore what's working, what isn't, and where the biggest untapped opportunities lie. May I encourage you to fully ask questions, challenge assumptions, and share your own perspective, as together we look at how to unlock the next chapter of aviation growth in Africa. First question to Christian. The global benchmark is dynamic. Personalized offers, not just static fee menus. What's the single biggest technological shift African airlines must make in their distribution and retailing systems to move closer to the global average levels? Is it a new PSS, modern NDC, capabilities, or something else?
Thank you, Jan. Is it here audible? I would say, I think we all know that over time we're on this journey of offer and order, and it doesn't mean you immediately need to replace a PSS. It doesn't. There's things you can start doing. I think the major technology thing, which you may already have, is data. So how do you make sure, if you talk about personalization, how do you make sure you have quality data that allows you to run a rules engine and understand what a customer really wants and what a customer really needs? So those things will start helping you to understand what you want to position as an ancillary product as such. Then you need to make a decision, what am I going to do with my channels? Is this just for my direct customers, or will I expose this to my B2B partners as well? So then you can start thinking about, what do I do with NDC? And that makes sense. Because if you start thinking about that, you can start thinking about, is this also a mechanism for me to reduce the cost of distribution?
Thank you, Christian. Francisca, I have the same question for you, being from Amadeus.
Yes.
Maybe a new PSS can help us? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
That's the good news. But it's what Christian said, right? There are multiple ways to achieve this, and NDC is definitely one of them. It is a stepping stone in the offer and order transformation that eventually will take over the entire industry step by step. But it's a journey. It's something that can be done in phased approach. And one of the phased approach can be NDC. There's a lot of retailing enablement and personalization that can be achieved. But another one is dynamic pricing. It's a big buzzword in the industry. And everybody who thinks dynamic pricing thinks on the air side of it. But we actually offer quite a portfolio for ancillary dynamic pricing. And what we've seen with customers is who implemented it, depending on the maturity of their ancillary strategy and setup, we saw an uplift between 7 and 20% of revenue, which is quite promising. But again, it really depends on what the strategy is of the airline. And I think it's important to highlight that no airline has to start big. It can be something very small on a new route or with a new aircraft that you're getting, where you can try one particular thing, see if the full cycle of the ancillary is actually working. So is your delivery working as well? Is your revenue accounting properly set up to capture everything? And then based on that, with the comment that Christian made, your data will then help you really define your strategy and how you want to achieve it. And we tech suppliers and partners that we are happy to support with that discovery and with that decision building.
Okay, thank you, Francisca. But that all comes with a price, huh? I imagine. Okay, Ashma, based on your work with airlines across the continent, what is the most common strategic mistake you see carriers making when they first try to develop their ancillary strategy?
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to say hello to the government officials here, TAG team who are here, Afraa team, ASA, and all other ladies and gentlemen present here. Thank you for being here. And yes, we work with, I work with Airline Pros, and Airline Pros, as the name says, is a company formed by a group of ex-airline professionals who provide customized commercial solutions to airlines. So we have been working with numerous African airlines over a long period of time, and we've seen the struggles just to stay alive. So ancillary revenues, to me, it has been something that has been very close to my heart. In fact, I did my thesis on unbundling the airline product. And unbundling doesn't just mean unbundle the flight or the fare. There's so much more that we can offer as ancillary products when it comes to, for African airlines. So one thing that we need to do is that we need to think strategically about ancillary revenues. We need to understand that it's revenue, that we would make more money from doing this, but it has to be a proper strategy so that every part of the airline understands that this is something that will benefit the airline. It is not something that you can just pull out of your thumb and just make sure that, oh, we're going to do ancillary revenues. It doesn't happen that way. You have to have a proper strategy, clearly define what it is that you're going to do, as which segments of the customer segment that you would give what ancillaries to. How are the customers willing to pay? That's another question that's very important. And these kind of questions need to be formulated into a strategy. And once you have a strategy in place, then it's all about putting up the right kind of process flows, the systems to support it, the training of the people, the crew, when they deliver something on board, the people at check-in, every aspect of the airline internal operations needs to be geared towards this. Without that, we will not succeed. And it's very important that we understand that it is a company-wide, airline-wide project that needs to be embraced and taken, into heart and make it happen. That's the mistake that I find that happens, is that people don't understand what it is that they can benefit from going into ancillaries. And how to make it happen is always a challenge. Yep. But in the meantime, because a lot of these things to make it happen takes a lot of time. The systems to be upgraded, all of this is time consuming. So there are possibilities to outsource this to companies who already have systems for ancillaries. But again, even if you do get a system, the internal teams have to rally around it and become proficient to be able to deliver the product.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashma. Exactly. Well, talking about that, outsourcing, we have Amadeus, we have TP Connects, we have Vertile. We already have big players in the market.
Right.
Now, Getane, you, as from an airline point of view, every investment counts. What has been your most successful ancillary product or bundle, and why do you think it resonates so well with your market? Or what was a product that didn't work?
Thank you, Johan, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Afraa once more on holding a fantastic AGA and TAG for the role they played in it. Really, that's a very interesting question, but it will be good to put it in some perspective. I mean, we talk about ancillary revenue, and the impact of ancillary revenue really needs to be appreciated first of all, in principle. You know, all these years we have been told the model airline to copy is Southwest Airlines. And I was looking at the US Airlines performance for 2024, and what struck me is their core product, passenger service, basically, was in a net loss of 1.9%. But thanks to their ancillary, they turned that actually to, in fact, the core is 19.9% net loss, sorry, and they turned it around to a 1.2% profit thanks to ancillary activity. So we understand the importance of ancillary services, and the industry has been developing mechanisms for doing so. But when you are a small African airline in a certain market, like Achma was saying earlier, you have to take relevance into consideration. What would be relevant in this market? What would be appropriate? Because if you are operating ERJ145s and you don't have any middle seat, maybe you can sell legroom, but you know, the seat selling opportunity will be limited, basically. Okay. Now, some people will do Wi-Fi on a 45-minute flight, where you are only allowed to use Wi-Fi maybe 15 minutes after takeoff, and you are allowed to switch off 15 minutes before arrival. Who would be interested? Meals, who would be interested? So you have to take your market condition into consideration. So in our case, although the opportunities are limited, we do provide some legroom as ancillary service, for instance. It's somewhat popular with some customers. We do provide extra baggage, because baggage in Africa, we usually, when we travel, we tend to have a lot of it. So we do provide that one. We do provide travel insurance. But again, I go back to what Achma said. And for me, if the execution capability of the organization has not matured, you cannot venture to other more complex solutions that involve packaging. There is a lot we can do that our first-time passengers require. You know, we do have a meet and assist requirement, I believe, in many markets. A baggage transfer now with this separate tickets situation is something highly desirable in our airports like Johannesburg. And I have been talking to some friends who are here to come up with a solution that will resolve those kinds of issues. So when you come down to it, there is no misalignment on the strategy of introducing ancillary services, but you have to make them relevant to your environment, because a short-haul operator cannot sell meals on board, for instance. And there is also the competitive consideration, but even if you want to disregard the competitive situation and offer that, I'd rather wait for 45 minutes and eat at the destination. Maybe that is a choice. You cannot do in-flight duty-free, for instance, because you belong to a customs union and you cannot sell duty-free. So you have to take your market realities and apply those as appropriate. There is no one solution fits all, but awareness about the value of ancillary services is growing, I believe, and we all need to take it very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaetani. Yeah, basically you already answered part of the question I want to ask to Mahesh. We had a discussion this morning about it, by the way. So beyond the usual suspects like bags, seats, meals, where are the unconventional profit pools for African airlines? Are we talking about selling bus tickets, travel insurance, forex, or creating loyalty programs that partner with local supermarkets and telephone companies? Give me an example you have seen work, because to me, the whole thing is very obscure still.
That's correct. As he rightly said, what's more important is understanding the reality of your market. Now, does that mean can't we sell more? Loyalty points gives you an excellent opportunity. We have seen some markets in Africa where airlines have partnered with telecoms companies as well as retail chains to sell their loyalty points, and by participating in these loyalty programs, they have created stickiness with this captivated customer base. It has really worked for some of the airlines. That's one additional way of generating revenue. And the other one is, of course, fintech is really an interesting area. But that does not mean selling a generic insurance provided by somebody else, but rather packaging it as a product that airline is offering. Because people would like to buy things from an airline because they're anyway buying that seat from the airline. They trust the airline than a generic insurance provider. So there are opportunities for building innovative products in that space. More importantly, more than what can you sell more, we should, given the state where we are, we should also take a look at how can we efficiently sell, and how can we make it better for people to make a purchase, right? Which means supporting local payments, making it mobile first, because nobody wants to, as you rightly said, nobody wants to carry cash all the time. The other point is, how can you ensure that your products are available across the market? Can we expand the pool of people who can sell? NDC makes it possible, and many airlines have adopted their own channels, NDC agency portals to onboard non-IATA agents and expand the reach through that, which again helps you sell more ancillary, even if it's just the seat and bags. By the way, bags are very, very popular in the market, in the region. So that's another aspect. I believe servicing plays the last part, because if you sell something and the customer, change always happens, the disruption happens, and the customer always wants to know what he paid for is actually honored. So having an holistic view of the whole program, ancillary program, rather than just thinking about it as a transaction, a sales-based transaction, but a seamless customer experience, pre-trip, on the day of journey, post-trip, that whole seamless customer experience is more important to make your ancillary program, a successful one.
Okay, thank you very much. Thomas.
Yes.
It's Ayata's turn. So from a regulatory and industry standards perspective, what is IATA doing through programs like NDC and One Order to make it easier for African airlines, not worldwide, African airlines, to implement and scale these modern retailing strategies?
Yeah. So first of all, I think we should be remembered that this is not something new, and some airlines in Africa have already started their journey, right? So you have Ethiopian Airlines, for example, you have Kenya Airways, you have Air Mauritius, you have Egypt Air, Air KO, as well as Askai. They have started that journey. And I think it would have been great to have their feedback on that transformation journey. But this being said, as I said, it is a transformation journey, and it's becoming mandatory because, as all of you would agree, behavior of customers have changed, technology is changing, and airlines would have to adapt to it. The only issue is airline by its own can't do much. It is really an ecosystem, and the value change would have to go through that transformation as well. As you can hear, everyone is proposing, but what about the interoperability? For that, we have created a program which is called MAR, is the Modern Airline Retailing, and under that specific program, we have taken the position that we need to put standards. So we are looking at standard readiness, airline readiness, technology supplier readiness, and the other. The other is the big elephant in the room. The other is about regulations. Actually, you would understand that when you sell today, there are some requirements by governments. They need the data, who is buying, how they are buying, and as well as the other bigger elephant is the taxes, or the taxes. How would that be regulated? This is actually what we are doing and what we are trying to standardize, trying to check. And basically, as I said, there are those 4 dimensions, and very important dimensions, to ensure that there is interoperability, because passengers tend to connect, tend to change, between suppliers as well, you need to have a kind of framework which really tackle the interoperability, and for that you need proper standards, because if you have 1,000 standards, it will not work.
Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. It looks like a little bit like a jungle sometimes, huh?
It is. For now it is, but we are looking at the forest, but and you're looking at 1 kilo of salt, you can't eat it at once. Piece by piece, we will do that. And as I said, it is a transformation journey. And we can't force the airline to do it. They have to do it at their own pace. And there is something important you have been repeating twice, but it's a very important part of it. And we were told, and it is known, that the average load factors for the world is 86%. For African airline, it is 74%. So there are still margin to sell more. Ancillary is important. You should sell ancillaries, but how to sell it depends very much, as Getete just mentioned, on the behavior of the customer. And the other important part of it is how much it will cost you for an airline to do that transformation. Should they be the only one putting the hand in the pocket? How would that work? Tech providers are also going to make money out of it. So everyone is going to make money. Of course, customer will have to pay. And I think there is something important, is the return on investment for the airline and how long it will take them to implement it. Would that be implemented in phases or all at once? But before all this, we need to talk about standardization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To conclude, let's look ahead in one sentence, each one of you. What will be the most significant trend in African airline ancillary revenues in the next 2 years? So maybe you have a crystal ball and you can look into it and let the audience know what you think. Asma, start with you.
Well, it's a journey, and 2 years is probably not long enough. But I think the trend should be, as soon as possible, that they could start working on a comprehensive strategy to see whether it makes sense what makes sense, how to unbundle the products. Because remember, in Africa, most of the customers are used to having a bundled product. And now you're going to unbundle it and sell it separately to them. That's going to be a tough call. You're going to have to convince them of the value add. And again, you know, it's a matter of choice. This is something that airlines will have to debate internally, figure out the right strategy to go out into the market with an unbundled product, and then see which ancillaries will actually give them the greatest return on investment. Because it can't be just, you know, you don't just put ancillaries out there and do wishful thinking that people will buy it. You know, it's not going to happen. My feeling is that each airline will need to have a focused team, because it's not the same as selling the sales, the commercial team, the IT team, the back office operations, the accounting. All of this has to be streamlined to be able to deliver something to the public. And, you know, again, it's also a lot of promotions and coercion and persuasion that will go out to the public to get them to buy in to this new way of selling.
And just
can I have your opinion?
Yeah, just to add up on this, once that strategy is set in place, I believe that the shift will really be from static fees to dynamic, personalized offers, and also on the expansion of what is an ancillary, what can the airline offer, but also what does the market give? Is it a safari? Is it a stopover in Addis Ababa? Like, what is it that is really attractive and brings additional revenue to the airline? But there's a lot of room to grow, and I'm sure we will see it in Africa in the next 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Christian?
So I would like the airlines to be creative. So we know about seats, bags, lounge, whatever you want to do, but you need to listen to your customer. Yesterday, the problem was stated 48% of African travelers need to have a visa. So what can you do to translate that problem into an opportunity? How can you provide empathy actually to the customer, to the traveler? Because actually they have a real problem, because they think like, do I book my flight, but I don't know whether I get my visa approved? Yes, no? How about, we all know the concept of hold my fare, hold my seat. What if you have the knowledge that if I travel to this country, and originating from this country, I know it takes 7 days to have a visa application process approved. Why don't you say, approve, hold my fare for 7 days for a certain amount of money, and if the visa gets rejected, then okay, you lose your money, but at least you didn't pay 100% of everything. I think alongside seats and bags, there's a lot of opportunities for airlines to have a look at of how they can make travel and life for the customer much easier.
Thank you, Christian. Mahesh, what do you think?
With 18% of world population, which is very, very young, I think this market is already exploding. So, and there are initiatives. We can clearly see that there is Satan. There is, intent very clear by the leading airlines. They have announced their expansion plan. I think in the next 2 years, given the market potential and the intent that is shown by airlines, more and more airlines will start putting the foundation for getting ready for making their customer experience seamless, which means building a layer of offer order on top of PSS, not replacing PSS, exposing if they don't have an NDC distribution already in, making that happen, ensuring that the ancillaries which they are currently selling only on their direct channel is now omni-channel. They can sell it through multiple channels. Also, expanding the reach through non-IATA agents would something that airlines would do. And I think in the next 2 years, you will start seeing airlines thinking more strategically about whom they are working with. They would start identifying vendors and partners who are more modular and open to work with, and who understands their requirements clearly, and appreciates their desire to grow, and work along with them to make that happen.
Okay, thank you much. Ketani, can I have your opinion?
Yeah, thank you, Jahan. Really, my message to my fellow airlines here is that what matters in the end is a good plan, a good evaluation of the opportunities in their markets. Our solution has to be market-based, and it should answer a customer requirement. So it is important we look at that. It is also important to look at the organizational maturity within, in terms of execution, in terms of applying innovation, in terms of integrating solutions. You can sell a package through white labeling, but when the customer suddenly decides there are no more going on that trip, how do we handle the cancellation process? How do we do the refund? We have collected on behalf of a third party which has a different rule and so on. So administering that and the responsibility that comes with that has to be, something we have to be considerate. So timing in terms of introduction of ancillary services is also important. And we have to have clear strategic and competitive considerations at the time we unbundle something. If the competition is giving that as a freebie, suddenly you'll find yourself struggling in the market. So a good analysis of the market situation is a requirement in my view. You have to take the nature of your operation into consideration. Like I said, it is hard to sell a Wi-Fi service on a 45-minute flight or a meal. So you have to take that into consideration. I cannot sell a business class upgrade like my former employer Ethiopian Airlines can do. It's impossible when you are operating a single class. So what is relevant is and the stage length considerations and other things. So in the end, I would urge really airlines in this region to look seriously into marketing partnerships. The reward, in my view, is mostly in that area. So look at marketing partnerships where you can turn your frequent flyer program into some money churning solution, and look at value-added services as much as possible outside of the core business. There are opportunities for advertising, for partnering with somebody to generate revenue. And how do we use our in-flight magazines? Are they bringing money? Can we turn them into a source of additional revenue? And do keep in mind costs associated with this. I'll give you a classical example. You could sell, insurance, for instance, travel insurance, for 400 Rand, and you get maybe 5% of that, which is 20 Rand. If the EMD, the electronic miscellaneous document you are generating, is being charged at $50 somewhere, what are you getting? You are working for somebody else. So we really have to look at things in a comprehensive fashion. However, the opportunities are there. And I still demand a baggage transfer service at Johannesburg Airport. ACS, are you listening? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gert. Thomas?
Okay, so for me, I will look at it like this. It's not anymore a question to ask if I would have to join this journey or not. Airline will have to join that journey. otherwise they would be lagging behind, okay? So that's number one. Number two, we need standards, and I answered to that one previously. We need to put standards. The third one is about return on investment, how you look at it, and you know your market, and you know your customer, you know how to tackle it. And at the end of the day, the market will keep on changing and will have to adapt to that transformation. It will not be a journey, you know, once you put on and it's on all the time. It will have to be adapted because behavior are changing, and these guys, the student here, they will be telling us, you know, in a few years what they want and how they want to travel. I think it's a journey, and I think there are a lot of course, airlines have been there for a long time. They have been using processes, legacy processes, procedures or system, and it's hard to change. But this change would have to be tackled, and the sooner you tackle it, the better you will get out, you will get, you know, the profit out of it, the benefit of it, and this is the future. And what I want to say here is education, awareness on that specific type of transformation is on, and we'll have probably to do a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maureen, before I do the wrap-up, I think we can go to the questions.
Yes, thank you.
If that's okay for you.
Johan, yes. So we're opening the floor for a few questions for our panel. Do you have any questions for our panel? I see two. So your hand at the back was raised first. Do you have a mic at the back? I can give you mine.
Hello. Right, my name is Humayun Muhammad, and I represent TAG Angola Airlines. NDC is my favorite subject, and I've done a great detailed analysis on this. My understanding on NDC is moving forward, the next step for NDC is the first step for IATA 1 order. And IATA 1 order is all about bundling, not unbundling. So transitioning from continuous pricing to dynamic pricing, where we are going to add fare component with ancillaries like seats, like meal, like bags, and all other ancillaries. It is going to be sold as one product, as a bundle. Here we have used the term bundling and unbundling, but my understanding on bundling is we would be selling as a bundle product when we move to one order, not unbundling it. Presently, we are selling it as unbundled. So presently, we are selling a fare component and an ancillary. But going forward, it is going to be a one bundled product. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Can I take this one?
Thank you for that question.
Asma, Francisca, go ahead.
So there's, when you talk about orders and offers and orders, it's a totally different product. It's dynamic pricing, and you get different components that add up to that bundle. What we currently have is a bundle like a fair price, which includes everything in terms of seats, in terms of food, in terms of whatever you have, flight is included in the fair price today. When I'm talking about unbundling, it's to take that out, take the pure flight, direct cost and whatever in one element, and then you take the food, all the nice to have stuff that is additional, that people can choose if they want to have that nice to have stuff or not. And meanwhile, on the offers and orders side, the people choose to create that one package. I wouldn't even call it a bundle. I would call it a personalized package when you look at offers and orders.
Yes, and to add to this, you're right, the term bundling is used a lot in that sense, that we bundle it together. But there are two different components with it. What Ashma is referring to is also referred to as branded fares and fare families, and this is where you have it all together. At the end of the day, and this is something that we consider in building our offer and order product, is that how do you unbundle it, especially when you talk about disruption. So when you have to refund something that you can't give on a disrupted flight, how do you move forward with this? And so there has to be a component in the background of it, no matter how the front end looks like, where you can, as the airline, then decide, okay, this part of this bundle, it has to be refunded, and how do I refund it, etc. So yes, the term that we use a lot is bundling. And I have to give it to you. I had to think twice as well when you said unbundling again, when Ashma mentioned it. But yes.
Maybe, Johan, if I may, just add on what my fellow panelists are saying. You see, that strategy, whether you do something like that or not, is dependent on your unique situation. Let us say there are domestic flights within Angola, and there is issue of affordability, let us say. Now, can you offer a no baggage fare that will be attractive or competitive to an alternative mode of transport by taking the bag out? Then if there is a passenger who wants to have a bag, one bag you add something, another bag you add something. Is there a person who is willing to particularly come back on a flight you consider weak? A different pricing for that. So what happens in the marketplace is dependent on your market condition. There could be a person who is interested maybe not to carry their card or cash, and they will feel comfortable to buy the package at their destination, the hotel, through you. You offer them that. That is now an additional product. So what you do is depend, I mean, I have to go back to my consulting days, but it is the strategy that you follow as an organization and the competitive realities out there that dictate how you approach this issue. I hope you get my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have one more question, and then I see several.
Go ahead.
So let's take them together, and then our panelists can react to that. So we start with our question here.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pascual Pombal from Avota, Angola travel agent and the Tour Operator Association. So I would like to know, I heard you talking about NDC and GDS. I know actually as a travel agent also, normally we are using GDS, Amadeus, Galileo and others. But sometimes now we can see there are several kind of systems where we can find tickets with low fare, low cost. So I would like to know, will we continue using GDS with the NDC in the market, as we know that NDC presents low cost, low fare tickets? How can you tell me about this, and how will we continue using NDS or GDS? Thank you.
Maybe I'll start, if you don't mind. From a technology perspective, NDC will be there, GDSs will be there. It is very much for the airlines to decide where they are pushing the content and at which price, in terms of what is relevant for you as a travel seller. So the technology will continue to evolve. NDC is not going to go away, and I'm sure the GDS will be there for a long period to come. But how airlines are going to use those channels is for them to decide in terms of what content and what price they provide.
Maybe I'll add to that. Price differentiation is just one way of looking at it. More and more you will start seeing a differentiated product based on the channels. And airlines have, adopted NDC for a reason. It is invented for a reason, because they want to move away from that commoditized world and, sell their products in a very unique way. So, yes, rightly said, both channels are going to be there, but you would start seeing more innovation in the NDC space because the technology is modern. It is not constrained by the EDIFACT-based standards, and you will start seeing as more and more airlines mature and start providing that content, you will start seeing more value from NDC channels.
That's a very good question. We are in a twilight zone right now. So the old GDS-based EDIFACT system is there, and we are moving to new capabilities which embrace retail as airline retail management solution, or offer and orders, whatever we name it. It starts with NDC, the name is changing. The challenge is, if we go full NDC, we lose you because you are on a GDS. If we go fully GDS and ignore the other one, we'll remain behind. So we have to meet midway. So usually the equivalent of our B2C, business to consumer solution, which is our online selling tool, the internet and so on, the equivalent of that is there called B2B, business to business. Now in this case, the business is the airline to your organization. My suggestion is until the uptake in the GDS arena to introduce NDC offers, as they are called, is complete, I think you have to work on both systems. And usually, if you can do a booking online, you can use a B2B. It doesn't require special training. It's very easy to deploy. So I definitely encourage my TAG colleagues to avail a B2B solution to people like yourselves.
We can take one last question from George, and then we close.
Good. Okay, just thank you to all the panelists. Just a few things. We highlighted the airline, and we maintain that the airline is the issue. Yes, I do understand the airline has a lot to be done, but whatever the airline will do, and that's what we experience, is you have a government regulation, which was discussed, and we have a taxation issues, which whatever you get as an ancillary, it's gone on a levy, on a taxation, on whatever of that. In addition to that, we have a fragmented system where you have the PSS, you have the other data for to be looked at. I don't know what's your take about that and what IATA is doing with the regulatory issues and with taxation and levies. So the second last point is to get the IATA and the IATA and consultancies to come and train the airlines and support the airlines with this training, because the cost is very high sometimes to support such ancillaries, and it's, as we said, the seat profitability of a seat is $1.2, so it's very small. So we need that ancillary to support. Thank you.
So you want me to answer?
No, go ahead.
Yeah? Okay. All right. George, you're right. It's very true that, well, it requires a lot of work, and that's why I just mentioned standardization is a must, and not only standardization as such, but you have also to measure the readiness of airlines. every airline will have their own pace, and we have to deploy different type of methodologies in order to give them that support. So, and the most important question in what you were asking is the regulation, actually. On the regulation, yes, there is a need for a framework, and as you know, it is very fragmented already in terms of regulation in Africa, and now if we add the world, it's even more complex. But we are looking at that very seriously and working with different parties, authorities and governments to do and design a framework that would fit to all, so that we can all, exactly as you just said, at least have the interoperability operational, valid. Basically, you can work with other airlines through your code shares, but also there is another issue that we haven't tackled yet, is about the payments, right? So we have the e-wallets, we have the IATA Pay today, but there are so many others. So there is also an harmonization that will have to be done throughout the system for payments.
Yeah, and without forgetting that in Africa, the majority of the people don't have access to credit cards and all this.
Correct.
So
and
that is a major problem, and I refer to the travel agencies. They still work on a cash basis, or for the majority. So it's something we need to keep in mind. So
exactly.
Form of payments, Manesh, we discussed it this morning, are very important.
There are solutions today from bank to the airlines, but well, the airline has to be open to that, and the country regulations. Yeah. That's why it is important what George mentioned. Regulation is the next wave. Transformation is nice. You tackle the journey, but if there is no framework, no regulations, soon it's going to be too cumbersome, and it will be so much cumbersome that probably too taxed that airline would not be incentivized to take part of that specific journey.
Thank you so much. I think I will wrap up, Maureen.
Johan,
thank you very much.
Say something? Johan?
Yes.
Just wanted to say something regarding what George said. George, the thing is, this is very important what you mentioned, because realistically, everything that we've spoken about is cost. And whether, at the end of the day, the taxes, the surcharges, the payment gateway fees, all of this will cover the benefit from that additional ancillary revenue. Yep. It's something that we need to look at, and I think it will over a period of time. Initially, the cost will be high because it's fewer transactions, and as the transactions go up, the costs will start coming down.
Thank you, Asma. So, thank you all for this inspiring debates and panel. What is clear from today's discussion is that ancillary revenue is no longer a side business. It's a central part of aviation strategy, shaping both profitability and how airlines connect with their passengers. I hope today's conversation inspires you to think creatively about new opportunities and partnerships in this space. Let's keep the dialogue going beyond this room, afterwards at the coffee, and together chart the next chapter for ancillary innovation. Thank you again. Thank you to TAG, thank you to Afraa for this. We really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan, and our very able panelists for that very exciting discussion. Join us on stage for a group photo and the tokens of appreciation. At this point in time, we are moving to the closing ceremony of the Afraa Assembly, and I will hand this back to the President of Afraa and the Secretary General to join us on stage after the photo and take us through the proceedings of the closing ceremony. Thank you very much to our panelists. Another round of applause. I now invite the President of Afraa and the Secretary General of Afraa to lead us through the proceeding of the closing ceremony.
Good morning, gentlemen. We are now on closing ceremony. Before I proceed to closing the ceremony, I would like to make an announcement relating the election for our representative to Afraa organs and offices. The General Assembly has elected and confirmed the following new members of the Executive Committee. Region, Western and Central Regions, Associac and Fly Gabon. Southern Region, TAG, Angola Airlines. The General Assembly has elected and confirmed the following officers and the association to serve up and to the end of the 58th Annual General Assembly. Chairperson, Kenya Airways. First Vice Chairperson, Tunis Air. Second Vice Chairperson, Rwanda Air. President and host of the 58th Afraa General Assembly, Fly Gabon. I now wish to call upon Mr. Berthe, the Secretary General, to announce the final resolution of the Assembly.
Thank you, President. The Assembly has resolved on the approval of statement of account and auditor's report for the year ended December 2024. The Assembly has appointed Barefoot Certified Public Accountant as the auditor for 2025 account. The Assembly has approved Afraa 5-year strategic plan from 2026 to 2030. As the President has said, the Assembly has appointed new members of the Executive Committee for Western Central Region, Fly Gabon and Aska Airlines for Southern Region, Tagangola Airline. The Assembly has also elected the host and president of Afraa for 2026, Fly Gabon. And the Assembly has elected as chairman Kenya Airways, first vice chair Tunisia, second vice chair Rwanda. And the Assembly has also appointed the members of Afraa Financial Oversight Committee, Kenya Airways, Rwanda Air, Precision Air, Egypt Air, Ethiopian Airlines, South African Airways. And we have also a resolution on the date and venue of the next assembly, which will be announced by the incoming president during this closing ceremony. Over to you, President.
I now invite the incoming president, is Fly Gabon, and representing the Fly Gabon, the Excellency Mrs. Edwige Kaumbi, Ambassador of the Republic of Gabon in Angola.
Just share the... Is the mic open? Who is talking the first? No, I must know. Attends que tout le monde s'installe.
Please. Welcome our Honorary Minister of Transport of Angola, Mr. and Excellence Edwige Kaumbi. Please have you the floor.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. I will speak in French. I would like to, je vais d'abord saluer la présence parmi nous du ministre angolais des Transports, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'Afraa, distingués invités, mesdames, messieurs. Je voulais d'abord saluer l'Angola pour l'organisation de cette Assemblée générale et pour son engagement à faire rayonner cette association qu'est l'Afraa. Je parle cet après-midi au nom du ministre des Transports du Gabon qui n'a pas pu se rendre en Angola, et je tiens à exprimer notre profonde gratitude pour la confiance que vous avez accordée au Gabon pour abriter la prochaine Assemblée générale de l'Afraa à Libreville. Ce choix honore notre nation et consacre les efforts engagés pour moderniser et renforcer notre secteur aérien, notamment à travers la transformation de Fly Gabon. Je salue à cet égard le leadership du directeur général, M. Neil Charles Moremba, dont l'action contribue à redonner à notre pays une place stratégique dans l'aviation africaine. Le Gabon est prêt à accueillir l'ensemble de la famille aéronautique africaine l'année prochaine avec professionnalisme, sens de l'État et hospitalité. Nous ferons de cette Assemblée générale un rendez-vous structurant pour une aviation africaine plus intégrée, plus compétitive et plus souveraine. Nous nous réjouissons par avance de vous accueillir l'année prochaine à Libreville et je vous remercie.
Monsieur le ministre des Transports, Monsieur le Président de l'Afraa, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Afraa, distingués délégués, chers collègues et partenaires de l'industrie aérienne africaine. C'est pour moi un immense honneur de prendre la parole devant vous aujourd'hui à l'occasion de cette 57e Assemblée générale de l'Afraa. Je souhaite, avant toute chose, m'excuser de n'arriver qu'aujourd'hui, dû à un engagement de dernière minute lié à mes fonctions de directeur général de Fly Gabon, Compagnie nationale. Je tiens à saluer l'excellence de l'organisation assurée par nos hôtes angolais, ainsi que par le secrétariat général de l'Afraa. Votre engagement constant au service du développement du transport aérien demeure une source de fierté et d'inspiration pour chacun d'entre nous. Je voudrais également exprimer ma profonde gratitude pour la confiance accordée au Gabon et à Fly Gabon en nous confiant la responsabilité d'accueillir la prochaine Assemblée générale en 2026. Cette mission que nous recevons avec humilité, mais aussi avec une grande ambition pour notre continent. En accédant à la présidence de l'Afraa 2026, je souhaite inscrire mon mandat dans une vision claire, accélérer l'intégration africaine par l'action collective. Notre industrie n'a plus le luxe de rester dans sa posture actuelle. Elle doit s'engager résolument dans la transformation. Et cette transformation passe par 3 axes majeurs. Premièrement, renforcer la coopération et l'efficacité opérationnelle. Nous devons capitaliser sur le dynamique actuel d'ouverture et mettre en place une coopération opérationnelle renforcée, notamment dans le domaine technique, le domaine commercial et en matière de formation. L'objectif est simple, concrétiser pleinement le marché unique du transport aérien, entre parenthèses, MUTA. Mutualiser nos ressources pour renforcer la sécurité et la durabilité de nos opérations et ainsi optimiser nos coûts afin d'améliorer la rentabilité de nos différentes compagnies. En 2, défendre nos compagnies et alléger les charges qui freinent notre essor. Nous poursuivrons un plaidoyer ferme et structuré auprès des autorités nationales et internationales. Nos compagnies ne peuvent prospérer avec des taxes et charges excessives qui pénalisent notre compétitivité et renchérissent le coût du voyage pour le voyageur africain. Nous devons porter d'une seule voix une demande simple et légitime, un environnement économique viable, durable et équitable pour le transport aérien africain. En 3, accélérer la connectivité et l'intégration du continent. Nous devons faire du réseau africain un tissu sans couture. Chaque nouvelle route ouverte par une compagnie africaine doit devenir une opportunité pour l'ensemble du continent. Notre ambition est claire. Renforcer la connectivité intra-africaine afin que l'aviation joue pleinement son rôle de moteur d'intégration politique, économique et sociale. Chers collègues, l'Afrique a besoin d'un transport aérien fort, structuré et uni. Ensemble, nous pouvons faire de notre industrie un moteur visible, durable et incontestablement de la prospérité africaine. C'est dans cet esprit que Fly Gabon aura l'immense plaisir de vous accueillir du 15 au 17 novembre 2026 à Libreville. Une édition que nous voulons mémorable, ambitieuse et surtout entièrement tournée vers l'action collective et l'avenir de notre continent. Nous sommes prêts. Le Gabon est prêt. Et je sais vous compter à nos côtés. Je vous remercie pour votre confiance et je me réjouis de travailler avec chacun d'entre vous pour faire avancer l'aviation africaine. Je vous remercie. Maintenant, je vais vous inviter à suivre la petite vidéo que nous avons préparée, vous invitant, chers délégués, au Gabon l'année prochaine.
Chers délégués, estimés partenaires de l'aviation africaine, c'est avec un immense honneur que je m'adresse à vous depuis Libreville, au nom de l'équipe de Fly Gabon et du peuple gabonais. Je félicite nos amis angolais pour la réussite de cette 57e Assemblée générale. Le Gabon est prêt. Nous sommes honorés de vous convier à la 58e Assemblée générale de l'Afraa, du 15 au 17 novembre 2026 à Libreville. Soyez les bienvenus dans notre capitale gabonaise. Fly Gabon est fier de ses racines gabonaises et de son rôle de moteur dans l'industrie aérienne régionale. Elle est l'incarnation d'une industrie aéronautique gabonaise en pleine renaissance. Notre compagnie est bien plus qu'une simple flotte. Elle est le pilier d'une stratégie nationale audacieuse. Cette vision est impulsée par M. le Président de la République, chef de l'État, chef de gouvernement, M. Brice Cotter-Molekin-Nguema, qui a fait de la redynamisation de notre secteur une priorité stratégique. L'objectif est clair, transformer le Gabon en un hub aérien régional et international de référence, offrant une porte d'entrée et de sortie stratégique pour l'ensemble du continent. L'industrie aéronautique gabonaise est aujourd'hui synonyme de modernité, de sécurité et d'ambition. Nous investissons massivement dans la mise aux normes internationales de nos infrastructures et dans le renforcement des compétences locales pour garantir des opérations fiables et durables. Notre expansion témoigne de cette dynamique. Nous avons solidifié les corridors stratégiques avec Bangui et Port-Harcourt. Nous avons récemment franchi une étape historique en lançant Johannesburg, connectant l'Afrique centrale à l'Afrique australe. Cette croissance se poursuivra avec l'ouverture prochaine de Dakar et d'autres capitales africaines. Chacune de ces lignes est une preuve concrète que le Gabon est en train de devenir le cœur battant de la collectivité en Afrique centrale. L'aviation, pour nous, est le vecteur essentiel de progrès, d'intégration et d'ouverture de nouvelles perspectives économiques pour notre pays et nos partenaires.
Chers collègues, chers amis, c'est avec grand plaisir que nous invitons à Libreville en 2026. C'est un très grand événement pour nous. Depuis 2 ans, le président de la République, Brice Cotter-Molekin-Nguema, ne ménage pas ses efforts pour faire de Libreville une plateforme de nouveau du ciel africain. En effet, pendant plusieurs années, ce domaine était délaissé au Gabon. Mais avec l'arrivée de Fly Gabon,
avec l'arrivée également du futur aéroport Andel de Libreville, le Gabon reprend sa place parmi les grands acteurs du ciel africain. Nous voulons un ciel ouvert, nous voulons un ciel sécurisé dont tous les Africains, d'où qu'ils viennent, puissent venir au Gabon, découvrir notre pays, ses richesses touristiques et juste entendre dire boulot. Merci encore et c'est avec grande impatience que nous attendons en 2026 à Libreville pour la fin.
Now we'll ask the outgoing president to shake hands with the incoming president. Thank you.
Now, I call Mr. Berthet to give us the closing remarks.
Honorable Ricardo Viegas Dabreu, Minister of Transport of the Republic of Angola, we are honored to have you today for the closing ceremony of this event. Excellency Ms. Edwidge Kumbi, Ambassador of the Republic of Gabon in Angola, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express our sincere appreciations to our host, the Republic of Angola, for the warm hospitality and for graciously welcoming the African aviation fraternity to this vibrant and dynamic country. We are especially thankful for the support of the Angolan government and TAG leadership, whose professionalism and dedication have been vital to the success of this assembly. On behalf of Afraa and all delegates, we express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Nelson Pedro Rodriguez de Oliveira, and I would like to present to you a token of appreciation.
La liste.
Okay. Okay. So now I would like also to appreciate the TAG Angolan team who made a great job to make this successful. I cannot name all of the team. However, I want to come to ask to come on the stage Mr. Adiron Alberto. Mr. Carlos Ferreira, and Miss Dilma Santos.
Would like to also invite the larger team from TAG Angola Airlines that made this AGA a success. We have quite a big team, and I invite you to join us on stage for a family photo. We don't take lightly your efforts. So TAG Angola hosting team and TAG Angola committee, please join us on stage. We will not have made it without your support. Wow, the team is well represented. Thank you. Please join us on stage for a family photo. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you. Indeed, that is a team effort, and AfriJet is taking over that baton. We do look forward to a memorable AG in Gabon.
Okay, we are also profoundly appreciative to our sponsors, which continued support enables our success and reflects your commitment to the future of African aviation.
I hereby call on stage our sponsors to come forth to receive their token of appreciation. Platinum sponsors, Africana. We have the representative from Africana. And the next platinum sponsor is Airbus. UPLS, please remain on stage. Next platinum sponsor, Boeing. Welcome on stage. Our next platinum sponsor, TAG Angola Airlines. Thank you for your kind sponsorship. The silver category sponsors, we have Embraer. Do you have Embraer in the room? Okay, they're not in the room. And now we have our bronze sponsors. Our first bronze sponsor is ATNS. Thank you very much, Mr. Mabitsi. Followed by GE Aerospace. Do we have GE Aerospace with us? So we'll move, GE is not with us in the room. Hit It. We have Hit It as the next sponsor. They're not in the room. And Vertail Technologies. We have a representative from Vertail Technologies. I see we don't have them in the room. Now we have gotten a lot of support from Angolan sponsors. So for the sponsors from Angola, our first and main sponsor is the government of Angola. Someone from the government of Angola, please come and receive your token of appreciation. Thank you. Next, we have the airport operator, ATO. Next, we have SGA, Sociedade Gestora do Aeroportos SA. Pardon my Portuguese. We have someone from SGA. Next, we have ANAC, the Civil Aviation Authority, ANAC. Thank you. Thank you very much. And next we have the National Agency for Navigation, ENA. We have someone from ENA? Okay, no, we don't have them in the room. They're here? Good. Welcome to stage. Thank you for your sponsorship support. Thank you very much. The other one is Agência Reguladora do Serviço de Carga e Logística do Angola, ARCLA. Thank you very much. The other sponsors are Porto do Luanda, Porto do Lobito, and Porto do Namib. Do we have their representatives with us? Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for all our sponsors for their support. We certainly would not have made it this successful without their gracious support. And over to you, Secretary General.
Thank you, Maureen. To our exhibitors, thank you for showcasing innovative technologies, products, and solutions that will help transform operations for African Airlines. We equally thank the media present for amplifying our messages beyond this venue and helping engage the broader community of stakeholders across Africa and globally. I would like to sincerely thank the Afraa team as well for their professionalism and dedication during the preparation and execution of this assembly. Here in Luanda, we have Maureen, DC, Gausu, Raphael, Dominique, Flora, Daniel, Mike, James, Charity, my PA, and the rest of the team in Nairobi. Your hard work continues to strengthen Afraa. Thank you very much. To our program directors, Mr. Luis Jose, Miss Maureen Kahonge, Miss Luyana Fernando, thank you for expertly guiding the sessions and helping us maintain a smooth flow over the past 3 days. 4. Oh, I'm told there is a token for MCs. So, okay. Let us ask Luis Jose to come on the stage. Maureen, Luyana Fernando. ladies and gentlemen, over the past days we have reaffirmed that Africa's future in aviation is promising, but requires unity of purpose, collaborative solutions, and decisive action. Let us remain fully committed to collective progress. We will succeed only if we move together as one African continent. As we close this assembly, allow me to warmly invite you to our next Afraa event, the African Emerald 2026 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, 29-21 March 2026, hosted by Ethiopian Airlines. It will be the first edition of this event by Afraa. The Afraa Aviation Stakeholders Convention and the Safety and Operations Summit in Johannesburg, South Africa, 17-20 May 2026, hosted by South African Airways. The 58th Annual General Assembly in Libreville, Gabon, 15 to 17 November 2026, hosted by Fly Gabon. Finally, I encourage you to take some time to enjoy Angola's culture, hospitality, and rich history before traveling back home. I wish you all safe journey and continued success. Thank you very much. I will call the President for some remarks before the closing remarks by Honorable Minister.
Excellency, Minister of Transport of the Republic of Angola, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. This is a message of gratitude and commitment. It is immense pride and fulfillment that I address all delegates following the successful conclusion of the 57 Afraa Annual General Assembly, hosted by TAG Angola Airlines in the vibrant city of Luanda. Under the timely theme, redefining African aviation, cooperation, sustainability, the strategic growth, we achieve a powerful gathering of minds, active participation, and insightful contributions. We also redefine some important matters of Afraa going further, such as approval of our strategic plan, election of members and officers, and date and venue of the 58th Annual General Assembly. My tenure as a President of Afraa ends, but my continuous commitment to operational excellence and the strategic development of our continent air transport ecosystem stands still. As we all should promote collaboration while translating our collective plans to action. The collective energy and shared vision witnessed in Luanda will serve as the blueprint for our work in the coming year. We leave this assembly with renewed determination to implement the resolution proposed and to foster partnership necessary to build a connected, sustainable, and prosperous future in Africa aviation. Thank you once again for making the 57 Afraa General Assembly a success. We look forward to seeing you on the 58th General Assembly. Sincerely, thank you all, thank you, Minister, thank you, members of Afraa. Thank you. And now I invite the Excellence Minister of Transport of Republic Angola to say the final words to close this assembly. Thank you.
Boa tarde. Vejo que as energias já estão mais fracas, já é hora de almoço. Eu vou falar em português, não sei se podem fazer uso dos auxiliares de tradução. Muito boa tarde, Excelência, Senhor Secretário-Geral da Associação Africana das Companhias Aéreas, distinto Presidente da Comissão Executiva da Companhia Aérea de Bandeira Angolana TAG, distintos representantes dos governos aqui presentes, dos países africanos, distintos presidentes das companhias aéreas africanas, parceiros internacionais, distintos delegados, patrocinadores, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. É com profundo sentido de responsabilidade, mas sobretudo com a convicção estratégica que encerro a 57ª Assembleia Geral da Afraa, realizada em Luanda, num momento determinante para a aviação civil africana e para o posicionamento de Angola no continente e no mundo. Durante 3 dias, reunimos aqui em Luanda 516 delegados de 49 países. Esta participação expressiva e muito representativa confirma que a África está preparada para discutir o seu futuro com maturidade, visão e também compromisso. E confirma igualmente que Angola assume cada vez mais o seu papel como um polo relevante na arquitetura da aviação civil africana. Sobre o lema redefinir a aviação africana, cooperação, sustentabilidade e crescimento estratégico, esta Assembleia colocou no centro da agenda tudo aquilo que definirá o futuro do setor. A conectividade real, a eficiência operacional, a segurança, a sustentabilidade, a competitividade e a capacidade de gerar valor económico. Foi aqui formalizado o acordo de code-share entre a TAG e a South African Airways, um passo estrutural que materializa a nossa ambição de reforçar a integração regional e oferecer soluções de mobilidade mais sólidas à África Austral e ao continente como um todo. Este acordo não é simbólico, é um instrumento de política pública e empresarial que melhora a eficiência, aumenta as opções para os passageiros e posiciona Angola como plataforma de ligação continental. As discussões sobre o mercado único do transporte aéreo africano demonstram que já não podemos ficar apenas nas declarações de intenção. A liberalização dos céus africanos é um imperativo económico, operacional e geopolítico. A fragmentação do mercado prejudica-nos a todos, sobretudo aos passageiros, que ainda enfrentam rotas complexas, dispendiosas e com pouca oferta. Angola mantém o seu compromisso com a implementação progressiva e responsável do mercado único do transporte aéreo africano, alinhando reguladores, operadores, infraestruturas para garantir uma concorrência saudável e a eficiência sistémica. A reflexão promovida nesta Assembleia mostrou que a reinvenção do modelo de negócio é uma necessidade urgente. Falamos de gestão de frota, de eficiência operacional, de disciplina financeira, mas falamos sobretudo de visão estratégica. As circunstâncias externas, como os combustíveis, os custos, pressões regulatórias e políticas tributárias, já não podem justificar a imobilidade. Esta indústria exige adaptação e a execução permanente focada na excelência. O painel dedicado à transformação da aviação angolana permitiu expor de forma transparente os pilares que estruturam a nossa visão. O novo Aeroporto Internacional Dr. António Agostinho Neto é o ativo que nos vai permitir elevar o desempenho operacional, aumentar a capacidade e projetar Luanda como um hub estratégico entre a África, América do Sul, a Europa, Médio Oriente e a Ásia. Continuamos a implementar medidas alinhadas com o princípio de céus abertos, garantindo previsibilidade, segurança jurídica e transparência. A modernização da TAC, a renovação da frota e o reforço institucional são decisivos para garantir competitividade e estabilidade. E o setor oferece oportunidades reais para parcerias robustas com modelos sustentáveis e orientados para resultados. Esta estratégia tem uma mensagem comum: sustentabilidades económicas e ambientais devem coexistir. O futuro da aviação exige eficiência energética, redução de emissões e inovação, mas exige igualmente racionalidade económica e comercial. O painel nacional reforçou de forma assertiva que o desenvolvimento do setor não é um esforço isolado. A aviação cruza-se com o turismo, com o comércio, com a indústria e com a mobilidade regional. A cooperação interministerial é, por isso, condição necessária para alcançar resultados tangíveis. O apelo à facilitação de mobilidade e a redução de barreiras migratórias é um dos pontos mais relevantes. Sem passageiros não há mercado. Sem mobilidade não há integração económica. Da mesma forma, a intervenção sobre as necessidades específicas do passageiro africano, sobretudo na África Ocidental, lembrou-nos que a aviação tem de responder à realidade, não a modelos importados. O setor privado internacional, incluindo os fabricantes de aeronaves, reconheceu também a importância de produtos ajustados ao nosso mercado, particularmente no domínio da carga, que é vital para o comércio regional. Para Angola, esta Assembleia foi muito mais do que um encontro institucional. Foi a demonstração clara de que estamos alinhados com um caminho de transformação, de rigor e de ambição estratégica. O Governo continuará a investir no capital humano, na capacidade técnica, na modernização dos processos e no reforço do quadro regulatório. A aviação é um setor económico de valor acrescentado, contribui para o PIB, gera emprego qualificado e projeta o país no mundo. E Angola quer e vai consolidar esse protagonismo. Permitam-me terminar com uma mensagem clara. A aviação africana não pode esperar por mudanças externas. A transformação depende de nós, reguladores, operadores, instituições públicas, parceiros internacionais, trabalhadores do setor, decisores e especialistas. Cada um de nós tem uma responsabilidade direta na construção de um ecossistema mais seguro, mais eficiente, mais competitivo e mais integrado. Angola está pronta para liderar, cooperar e executar. Contamos convosco para as decisões desta Assembleia não fiquem apenas em relatórios produzidos, que se traduzam, isso sim, em resultados concretos, com melhores rotas, processos mais eficientes, maior conectividade, maiores oportunidades económicas e maior prosperidade para os nossos países e para os nossos povos. Com esta visão partilhada e com este compromisso coletivo, declaro encerrada a 57ª Assembleia Geral da Associação Africana das Companhias Aéreas. Muito obrigado. Voltem sempre a Angola, porque receber-vos foi e será sempre um prazer. Afinal, somos todos filhos da mesma mãe, África. Muito obrigado a todos.
Thank you very much, the Minister of Transport, for your closing remarks. And we allow you to leave the exit of the room, but before you leave, I am informed that there is a token from the delegation from Fly Gabon for the Honorable Minister of Transport. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you may lead us in the exit of the room. And as the Minister exits the room, a couple of housekeeping announcements. Lunch is ready. It's being served at the exhibition area and in the restaurant on the first floor. And we will be converging back in this conference room for the Boeing and Afraa Sustainability Workshop. We do look forward to insightful discussions which will be in round table format. The purpose of the discussions is to drive forward the environmental sustainability, and Boeing experts will be leading that discussion. And at the same time, we have a press conference. Members of the Fourth Estate are invited to join us in the press conference room on the second floor for the press conference. The rest of us, I wish you enjoy your lunch and looking forward to meet you in Libreville in Gabon for the next Afraa Assembly. Au revoir et bon appétit.
Dear members of Afraa, distinguished guests,
Ladies and gentlemen, with a great satisfaction and enthusiasm, Angola will be the host country of the 57th Afraa General Assembly in Luanda. TAG, the national flag carrier, welcomes you to our beautiful country. Angola is a destination full of diverse ecosystems and several interesting regions for tourism, such as tropical climate, exotic landscapes, culture, history, warm people, and many unique experiences that captivate everyone who visits Angola. We believe that the aviation sector in Africa is a crucial to development of our nations and to connectivity with the major decision-making worldwide. Our presidency of Afraa will focus on the values of cooperation, intra-African connectivity, and partnership as a means of enhancing the competitiveness of continent's airlines. TAG's vision is to be the airline of choice for passenger and cargo service, connecting Southern Africa to the world, with a strong emphasis on sustainability and innovation. Aviation plays a very important role in the cohesion of our country by connecting the most remote regions and enabling the mobility of people and goods, regionally and intercontinental, to the Americas, Europe, and Asia destinations operated by TAG. Angola strategic locations make the country a relevant player in north-south and transatlantic connections. The Angolan government is empowering aviation via structural reforms in organization, delivering human resources, capabilities while promoting the attraction of the new Luanda International Airport. Key infrastructure that will boost Luanda as a regional hub. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy Angola. Please connect and network. We wish everyone a successful event. Thank you.